Hello, hello. How are we? Let me just make sure. Okay, look, y'all. Hi. I know I've missed a good chunk of the last bit of the trial. I know. Did I want that to happen? No. But when things come up, right? So I wanted to be here Monday, but that could not happen. Anywho, it's good to see everyone. I hope you all are well. I hope you are good. Hello, Crystalline. I need to say this, and this is probably the most like legitness than ever before. Um, I am so sorry about the internet. It's not going to be great unless something magical happens. Um, where I am currently is all having issues. So, again, my apologies. But I am doing this later in the day so that most likely for those that join who want to have the conversations probably have already seen at least a good chunk of the closing arguments because it's already happened. We're actively in charging the jury right now. So, I will do my best to pause when I see the internet drop out really bad. But we are starting from the beginning. So welcome. My name is Lily. We are the Chatty Jurors. I am your foreman. And I am just having the internet here in like this entire area is absolute trash right now. I don't know why. I think there was an accident and it has just sort of destroyed internet. So when the internet drops down to, I am shown 3 bars on my system. When the connection drops down to 1 bar, I will pause the video and we can chat. Um, if it's at 2 or 3 or better, I will try to keep it going. There are closed captions. Um, but if you want me to, you just say the word. I will go back 10, 15, 20 seconds. You let me know. I want to be here. I want to do this, but there is nowhere for me to do this where it is like good and solid. So I have tried a couple of things to make it better like I normally do, but unfortunately it is how it is. Today is a big day. There's a lot of energy going around with the Karen Reed trial right now, right? It's closing arguments. It's the last day. The jury starts deliberating today. It's a big thing. It's a big deal. And because of that, we might be getting some folks in that want to share their very strong opinions. And I would just like to let everyone know I am watching the chat as it happens. And we are just talking. We're just chatting. We're just folks existing with an interest, curiosity into the case. Um, we are not fighters. We don't fight here. We talk, we laugh, we learn, we don't fight. But what we will be doing is listening to closing arguments. What happens today? The jury was supposed to come in early. They did come in early. Court was supposed to start right at 9. Closing arguments from the defense, closing arguments from the prosecution, a quick little lunch break, charging the jury, which is jury instructions, start deliberating. That didn't happen. That did not happen. The jury came in early. Court did not start early. So that's just how things go. I hope you had a good, thank you, Crystalline. I did. I had a very busy week. I am quite sleepy. But I'm sure I will get a little more energized as things go on. But yes, I am quite sleepy. It has been a wild weekend into week. I'm just sort of like booked on some things that I do. So yeah, craziness. And I hope you all are well. I am I'm actively waiting until we get one more bar to start playing. Um the court. So what I'm going to do is we're going to watch, um and this might come off as biased, but you know what? This whole trial has been just littered with different biases. We're going to listen to Ellen Jackson's closing arguments in normal speed. So that's solid 75 minutes. Brennan, we might pop up to 1.25. We might have to pop up to 1.25 only because it's Brennan and it's the way that he speaks, not so much the words that he's saying that I want him to hurry up. It's just the way he's just like really, it's just like, it just takes a little longer. So we might be doing that. But let's see how this is looking, how this is going. Brother. Oh, brother me. Okay. Let's take a look see here. I'm going to watch along as we're playing the first few bits just to see how awful it is. I really hope it's not that awful. I'm crossing my fingers that they're just telling me they're just telling me that the internet is bad even though it's actually good. This is Dan. It's so funny because Dan literally is like was just in front of my face. So that's very interesting. Just give him back. No. No. All right, we got 2 bars. Let's go.
Good morning, Jurors. Good morning. So I have started far too many mornings by saying to you folks, I apologize.
Today is my daughter's birthday, 33. Happy 33rd birthday to your daughter. That is awesome. Happy birthday. Oh my goodness, Crystal, I feel like we're like Crystal and I, we go way back. And that's so awesome. 33 is so fun. That's such a great age. Um, you're still so young at 33. That's so awesome. Happy birthday. Oh, I wish her to have the best day on a Friday. Have fun. Have fun. But also be safe. Crystal, and you know me, be safe, but also have fun. All right, let's see how bad this video is. The audio is going to be trash.
For
Sorry.
the inconvenience, having you wait around so long. I appreciate your patience. I didn't want to do that today, but I had to do that today. Everybody has worked so hard on this trial, the jurors, the lawyers, the witnesses.
It's terrible. It's awful. So, I of course am watching it and there's a little delay and that's really bad. I can't that's unacceptable. That's a level of unacceptability that um I cannot I can't do. I can't do that. Okay, so let's try something else. Uh can we see him? We need to know it's still safe. No. Nope. All right, I switched a thing. I switched a thing. When the day starts off with, hey, there just is none at all energy. Because I was gonna be here in the morning. All right. It's so difficult because like on my end, like everything going into the program is superb. Absolutely superb. But like is it a stream without me having issues with the internet? Is it actually? It's not. It's not a stream. I wonder. Let's see. Hotspot? Why is this happening? All right, all right, all right, all right, all right. You just want to cry. I did earlier today because I just want it to work. That's it. It's all a girl wants. Is just that's it. That's all I want. Okay. We're working. We're working. Give me 1 second. Give me uno momento. 1 second. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. Hey, I'm back. I'm back. And hopefully it's good enough to do a little. I just had to, it's not. Oh my God. I feel like screaming. All right, let's do a test.
Of that, in Massachusetts, because the Commonwealth has the burden of proof, the Commonwealth goes last in closing argument. I've given each lawyer an hour and 15 minutes, and I'm not going to stop them. So we'll start with the defendant's closing argument. So, Mr. Jackson.
All right. I think it looks acceptable to the point where
There was no collision.
I think it looks I mean, I think we're just big listeners today, right? I think we're just going to be big into listening, not so much seeing. So, I'm sorry, but this is the best I got. And hopefully it just improves. I don't know what to do. And I don't know why this is the way it is, but unfortunately for me, it is. I think I'm just gonna have to. Do they make those still? Where you can get I'm gonna have to check and see where you can just get like your own internet like physical hotspot thing. I'm even glitchy. Yep. Cool. I want to cry. I want to cry. Hmm. I'm just checking on my feedback, and it's looking like I may not be that glitchy right now. So let's give it a try.
There was no collision.
All right, let's go back to the very top of Ellen Jackson.
There was no collision. There was no collision. There was no collision. I want to take a minute to start off with thanking you. I want to thank you for your attention. I want to thank you for your patience. I want to thank you for your diligence. This is not an easy undertaking. Most of all, I want to thank you for your courage, because courage is what this moment demands. Not just to listen, but to stare directly at injustice and say, not here, not now, not on our watch. That's what you're being asked to do. Stare down injustice. I want to start with a simple truth. You folks, not us, nobody else in the courtroom, you folks are the last line of defense. The last line of defense between an innocent woman and a system that has tried to break her, that falsely accused her, that tried mightily to bury the truth. This case was corrupted from the start. It was corrupted by biases and conflicts and personal loyalties that you heard about. And most fatally, it was corrupted by a lead investigator whose misconduct infected every single part of this case from the top to the bottom. In our opening comments to you a few weeks ago, we told you what to watch for. We warned you what to watch for. We begged you what to watch for. Watch for the physical evidence. Pay attention to the medical facts. Pay attention to the science and the physics. But also pay attention to the integrity, the very essence, the integrity of the investigation. But you also saw something.
Pay attention to the science, pay attention to the physics. Like I said, quality's gonna be trash. I think you guys can hear it pretty good. So, I froze on my end with my eyes rolled back into my head for some reason. Didn't know I did that. We're gonna be big listeners today. Don't worry about don't worry about seeing anything. You can always go back and see it. We're going to be big listeners today. I am sorry from the bottom of my heart. I cannot control this. But anywho, big listeners, listen to the science. Details matter. And the details here lead to questions. I'm going to try not to pause. I'm going to try not to, but there might be times where I need to.
Something during the course of the trial that none of us might have expected, something that should sadden us, something that maybe would anger us. On full display, you saw the lengths to which some police officers will go to protect their own at the expense of the rest of us, at the expense of Karen Reed, an innocent woman. Before we examine the evidence in the case, which we will do, we need to understand the very foundation of the entire system of justice in which we operate. It's the bedrock on which this entire system is built. Reasonable doubt. This isn't just a technicality, and it's not a slogan. It's a constitutional shield that protects the innocent and prevents the government from punishing without proof. The Commonwealth has the high burden to prove every single element of every single charge beyond a reasonable doubt and to a moral certainty. As I said, those powerful words are not just some legal jargon. They're your mandate, they're your obligation, they're your community's protection against injustice. In our system of justice, Karen Reed sits here today, presumed innocent, cloaked in the presumption of innocence. That presumption is not fragile. It doesn't just disappear because there's a charge or a badge or a theory. That presumption stands firm unless and until the Commonwealth clears that high bar, the highest bar the law provides, proof beyond a reasonable doubt and to a moral certainty. That means at the end of this case, at the end of the trial, you think about one or more of the charges, you think, you know what, maybe that's true. It might be true. Then you vote not guilty. If you think it's possibly true or probably true, your vote must be not guilty. If someone among you thinks it's likely true or even very likely to be true, your vote is not guilty. It's because none of those standards, maybe, might be, possibly, probably, likely, very likely, none of those meets the extraordinary burden of beyond a reasonable doubt and to a moral certainty. A moral certainty means a level of confidence so strong, so incredibly unshakable that you could go home, you would go home, look your loved ones in the eye and say, I am certain. Not probably, not likely. I'm morally certain, and my certainty remains unshakable. The law defines moral certainty as the highest level of certainty known in all human affairs. Think about that. You must be that certain about the entirety, not part of, the entirety of the Commonwealth's case. As we discuss this case, you'll see that the Commonwealth comes nowhere near, nowhere close to reaching that extreme burden of proof. Ladies and gentlemen, on January 28th, 2022.
And that's something that I hope the jurors solidly remember when they go to deliberate, is that the Commonwealth has the burden of proof, not the defense. The defense does not have to prove that someone else did this. The defense does not need to prove that something else happened. The defense doesn't need to prove Karen's innocence. The defense needs to burrow and plant seeds of doubt and let them grow. Doubt, doubt, doubt. The burden of proof is on the Commonwealth. Prove that she did it. You had the detectives. You have the videos. You have the investigations and the interviews. You have it. You are saying that she did it. Prove it. I don't have to prove that someone else did it. If you're pointing at me for a murder, prove it. I don't then need to go investigate and say, actually, here's the proof someone else did it. That's not how this works.
22, it was a Friday night. John O'Keefe and Karen Reed made plans to meet up with friends, go out for drinks. You saw through video evidence and eyewitnesses that they were affectionate, they were loving.
What's up?
They were in good spirits throughout that evening. They started off at C.F. McCarthy's, which you've heard about, and eventually made their way over to the Waterfall Bar and Grill. When they got there, the Albert family, they were already there, and they were already drinking. The Albert family, it's been established as a very well-known family in Canton. They've got quite the reputation. Brian Albert was at the Waterfall, a longtime Boston police officer. His wife, Nicole Albert, was there. She was with him. His brother, Chris Albert, who was a Canton board selectman, he was there. His wife, Julie Albert, their daughter, Caitlin, and his sister-in-law, Jennifer McCabe, whom you met, and her husband, Matthew McCabe, whom you did not meet.
Period.
They were all there drinking before John and before Karen ever arrived. But also present at the Waterfall that night was Brian Albert's friend, Brian Higgins. We know that he had a romantic design on Karen. That becomes an incredibly important fact as we discuss the facts of this case. As the bar was closing around midnight, the Alberts invited everybody back to their house. They wanted to keep the night going. But the evidence revealed something interesting, that the invitation to John O'Keefe appears to have been for a different reason, an alternate reason. Think about the video of Brian Higgins and what Michael Proctor in his investigation completely and utterly ignored. Higgins was agitated after a day of drinking, agitated that it was John and not Karen, John with Karen, not him. Recall that ominous text that he sent to Karen with her and John standing just feet away. Well?
Well, hello?
He got no response.
What's up, bitch?
And then we
What
see
you
this.
doing? Mm-hmm. Show him, Jackson. Well,
That's what Brian Higgins was confronted with following his well
We can't
text.
really see it.
What of all things starts going through Brian Higgins' mind? Where does his mind go? What is he thinking about after seeing this, after witnessing this?
To smooch from
shows
John to Karen.
And if Michael Proctor had been the least bit interested, this video would have shown him too. Take a look.
Smooch. Look at them. Look at them. They might as well smooch. Brian and Brian sitting in a tree. It's so embarrassing. It's so embarrassing. Like, they are still children. Federal ATF agent, Boston police officer, children. Just what, roughhousing in a bar? Just backing it up into each other. This is a
Sparring, practicing, fighting techniques. Where was Brian Higgins' mind?
fucking
What was
around.
he thinking about?
You know, they're just.
And then
Yes.
what happens? Before you look at the next video, think about what you're going to see. This next video is after he sees John kiss Karen on the forehead, after he sends that aggressive text to Karen with her standing just feet away. Watch closely, and this is what you're going to see. This is what Michael Proctor and his investigation completely ignored. Higgins is very clearly upset. He's agitated. Chris Albert tries to control him. He tries to talk to him, calm him down perhaps. Chris forcefully grabs Higgins' arm. You'll see that in the video that you're about to watch. It appears that Chris is trying to calm him down from something. Brian Albert's standing right there with the other two men, but Brian Higgins is having none of it. He appears to be hyper-focused on one person and one person only, John O'Keefe. In an instant, Higgins angrily jerks his arm away from Chris. Higgins rubs his brow, and he directly gestures at John, a gesture that looks a lot like, let's step outside.
Catch
Let's
you
go
outside.
outside.
How about that?
But John looks at him, takes a swig of beer, completely ignores him. Take a look.
Oh, I'm kind of in the way, but he says, "Hey, whoa, wait, bro, hey, chill, bro, chill." I mean, I know I wouldn't be comfortable in that space. So I'm sure, this is a really important part of this video. The waving at folks, the pointing outside, the three of them also in the way of the band. Um, just taking up space.
Michael Proctor, the lead investigator in this
Very
case,
important
had
part.
all this footage, but he did nothing. He had access to the exact same thing that you saw. Why did he do nothing? A few minutes later, Higgins then texts John directly. You coming here? 3 question marks. It's now 12:20 a.m. These guys are not good friends. They barely spoke or even acknowledged each other when they walked into the bar together, other than a quick greeting. So why was Higgins coaxing John over to 34 Fairview? You coming here after this? And why not text Karen? Because at that moment, he wasn't interested in Karen. He was interested in John O'Keefe. This is about 5 minutes before John gets out of the SUV and walks toward the house. About 5 minutes before Karen sees him alive for the last time. So what happened inside that house, or that basement, or that garage? What evidence was there for the investigators to look into? What did they ignore? Laceration over John's right eyelid, black eyes, a large dog at the home,
Black
an obvious
eyes.
dog bite on John O'Keefe's right arm, a head injury from falling backward onto a hard surface, alleged surface, a text from Higgins, one of the last people to ever communicate with John O'Keefe. You come in here? Those words now echo in the wake of John's death. But Michael Proctor, he didn't listen.
Sorry, I need to go back. Alan Jackson, and I know Alan Jackson is a fantastic attorney, but I think Alan Jackson with his team, and not his team, but the team that is the defense team, I think they have just morphed into super attorneys. Like they are now super attorneys. Listen to his words. He's a fucking poet. Like this is it's so dramatic, but you could hear a pin drop in this room. I mean, it is there, you can see every single eyeball on him. Everyone behind him, his entire team, Karen, everyone is looking at him. The only people we don't know about is the Commonwealth table. Listen to this sentence.
Those words now echo in the wake of John's death. But Michael Proctor, he didn't listen.
Those words now echo in the wake of John's death. But Michael Proctor, he didn't listen. Literally would be the very first sentence to chapter 1 if I was a deliberating juror writing a book. Period. It's incredible.
When John didn't come back outside, Karen, very oblivious to what had happened, thinking she was just left alone in the car out in the cold in the middle of the night, she got frustrated and she drove home. She arrived back at home and her Wi-Fi connected to her car or phone connected to John's Wi-Fi at 12:36 a.m. It's an important time, 12:36 a.m. She left John voicemail after voicemail after voicemail. He was unresponsive. He didn't pick up a single call. He didn't respond to a single text. The longer he didn't respond, the more upset she got. Her voicemails reflect that frustration after the fact. That's the frustration that you hear in her angry voicemails. She uses harsh words and foul language. She's obviously upset. She's obviously irritated because he didn't come back out of the house and he wasn't responding. But Karen did not know what you know. She didn't know what the investigators should have known. She didn't know what was happening with Higgins and Albert and with her boyfriend, John O'Keefe. When he didn't come home at about 5 a.m., Karen went looking for him in a panic. As you know, her worst fears were realized when she found John beaten, battered, bloody, and left in the snow in Brian Albert's front lawn. At 6 a.m., when Karen found John, you heard about the scene. It was described in detail. It was chaos. To use Mr. Brennan's word in his opening statement, it was bedlam. The screams for help by Karen, the yelling and the hollering, ambulances, emergency lights, fire engines, ladder trucks, paramedics, patrol vehicles, patrol officers, all of them swarming all over the lawn just under Brian Albert's bedroom window. And of course, as you learned during the course of this trial, Brian Albert, a sworn peace officer, a first responder trained in being a first responder, never came out of the house. Never went outside to help a fallen fellow officer who was laying on his own property. Never came out. And you learned through the undisputed evidence that the lead investigator, Michael Proctor, for his part, never went into the house. The Commonwealth has struggled to try to prove that John O'Keefe ended up in Brian Albert's front lawn because he was struck by a vehicle. They have failed. They cannot and they will not ever be able to prove that John was struck by a vehicle beyond a reasonable doubt and to a moral certainty, because the science does not lie, the medical evidence does not lie, the physics do not lie. Their investigation was flawed from the start because their investigator was corrupted from the start by bias, personal loyalties. Folks, they cannot prove a collision. John O'Keefe was not hit by a car. There was no collision. So let's start there. I want to take a minute to discuss the actual science, the actual physics, and the actual medical evidence that was presented in this case. The science, it's an old saying, is known as the silent witness. It doesn't lie, it doesn't forget, and notably, it doesn't take sides.
We'll talk about silent
witness. There was no
witness
collision.
later.
What are we doing here? In order for there to be a collision, there has to have been an impact site. The vehicle had to have struck John, period. I want to remind you of some of the most important testimony in the entire case, and it comes from the Commonwealth's own medical expert, Dr. Irini Scortibello, the Commonwealth's medical examiner, someone governed by law to make these decisions. We know that a person struck by a vehicle suffers massive trauma, broken bones, fractures, soft tissue damage, torn ligaments, contusions, soft tissue injury, severe tissue injury, crushing blows. None of that was present with John. None of it. Not anywhere on his body, including his right arm. Not one bruise. Nothing. The fact is, the injuries are not from a vehicle impact. Not his head injury, not those scratch and bite wounds. Not a single medical expert. Think about this. Not a single medical expert called by the defense or called by the Commonwealth has testified that John was hit by a car. Not one. Think about the irony. Not one. That's not just significant. It's literally the most important point in the entire trial. Listen again to Dr. Scortibello's words. Question. You did not include in your autopsy in any fashion any discussion of whether Mr. O'Keefe's injuries were consistent with a motor vehicle accident. Did you? Answer. No, I did not. She told you, quote, I did not see any evidence of an impact site, end quote. She was talking about John's body.
Nor could she rule this.
The Commonwealth's own medical examiner, Dr. Scortibello, performed the autopsy. She did it personally. She's the only one to have personally examined John's body, and she found no evidence of an impact site on his entire body. That in and of itself is reasonable doubt. You don't need anything more. The Commonwealth's case is done. It's cooked. Their own experts said there is no evidence of a collision, no evidence of an impact. If you want to know what an impact looks like, take a look at this. This is what a body looks like after being struck by a car at 25 miles an hour. And this is what a car looks like after hitting a person at 25 miles an hour. These are exhibits from Dr. Welcher, the Commonwealth's expert. John didn't even have a bruise. Make no mistake, Dr. Scortibello was presented with the Commonwealth's theory of the case, the same case that you've been presented with, and she refused to conclude that John's death was a homicide. She flatly refused to conclude that there was a collision. And you know who agrees with that? That silent witness, the science, the physics, the data. Dr. Wolf and Dr. Rentschler, you just met them recently. They explained they were not initially hired by the defense. They were asked by another agency to conduct their analysis. They looked at the evidence from both sides, not taking a side for the defense or the Commonwealth, completely independent.
Wolf and Rentschler were hired by the FBI when the FBI was investigating whatever part of this case that the FBI was investigating. That's not information for us to know, because no one knows what or why or who the FBI was actually looking into when it comes to this case. But the FBI was investigating during the first trial. So the FBI hired ARCA, Wolf, Rentschler, and I think there was a third one, and to do reconstructions, blah, 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 for whatever reason. The FBI was done with them, and the FBI said, hey guys, Commonwealth and defense, these guys already have all this information. They already have a reconstruction. They're scientists. They're all of these biomechanical whatevers, all of the experts here. They already have it. They already did it. Someone can have it. Use them. They already did it, right? Like, you're welcome to use them. Commonwealth could have said, I'll take them. The defense could have said, I'll take them. But the Commonwealth said, I don't want them, because it doesn't work for us. Because their conclusions don't work for us. The Commonwealth did not want to take ARCA because ARCA is saying this isn't, the science doesn't add up. There's a 2 + 2 does not equal 4 in this scenario. So, but the defense said, well, the FBI used you. You work for us. We'll take you. We'll use you. We'll pay you as experts because experts get paid. Now, funny enough, the experts that the Commonwealth purchased gave one singular contract for whatever it was, like $45,000 or whatever around there, and then another contract, it came out in testimony that it was a $325,000 contract for Aperture, the Burgess and the Welcher of it all. Almost $400,000 for those two experts. Way less money for ARCA. Now, it's up to the jury to say, whoa, they spent so much money on these experts for Aperture. They must really know what they're talking about. I trust them. Or for the jury to say, they spent that much money and that's what they told us in testimony. That's the evidence that we got. That's the science that they did. The defense only spent this much and they got so much more out of these experts. So it's a battle of the experts at this point. Who is the jury going to lean towards, believe? Who's believable? Who feels more truthful? Who's more comfortable to ignore and not ignore? Who is this jury going to go, that makes sense to? Aperture or ARCA? I hate that they both start with A. And I hate that there's Wolf, Rentschler, Welcher. I hate there's all that. Battle of the experts. Yeah.
They looked at the damage to the SUV on the one side of the coin. They looked at the injuries to John O'Keefe on the other side of the coin. Both PhDs, both engineers determined there was no collision.
PhDs.
I'm not saying it. The science says it. That SUV's taillight was not damaged by striking an arm, and John was not struck by a 6,000-pound SUV. Period. Full stop.
Full stop.
Dr. Dan Wolf did the testing on the taillight. Actual testing, not some ridiculous blue paint kindergarten project. He did lab testing.
Not Dr. Welcher dressing up as John O'Keefe, cosplaying as the victim, as the decedent in this trial, and being hit by a car at 4 miles an hour. No, they didn't do that.
Testing. He did field testing. He did data testing, actual impact force analyses. In every single test at every single speed, the taillight damage was inconsistent with striking an arm. In every test, the taillight damage was inconsistent with damaging the shirt, the sweatshirt. Remember that severe internal damage to Karen Reed's taillight. Not just the outer lens. The internal diffusers were completely smashed, completely shattered.
Yeah.
ARCA testing established that all the internal components of every single test taillight, especially the diffusers, remained completely intact. Conversely, on Karen's taillight, the diffusers were almost completely gone. Folks, understand something. If any part of that diffuser portion of the taillight is broken, there is no light.
There's no light.
It doesn't illuminate at all.
There's no light.
Let's take a look at a couple of photos.
There's no light.
At 5:07 a.m. at One Meadows, that's the photograph on the left. What do you notice about the right taillight? It's completely illuminated. Later, at 4:12 in the afternoon, photograph on the right, it's lit up. How can that be? How can that be if the Commonwealth claims that those diffusers, the portion that lights up the light, were already scattered all over 34 Fairview? That's their theory. But don't believe your lying eyes. The taillight's completely lit up. That would be impossible. Dr. Andrew Rinchler, PhD, a biomechanist, explained that.
How can that be? Question of the trial. How can that be? How can that be? How can that be? And if the jury is asking that question with every charge, must be not guilty. How can that be? We have so many other things that it could. How could it be just one thing? A maybe doesn't work. A possibly doesn't work. More than likely doesn't work. That does not get you to guilt. So if they ask, how can that be, over and over again, not guilty.
At those speeds, the other side of that coin, John's arm would be basically destroyed. Contusions, swelling, torn ligaments, hyperextensions, dislocation of joints and bones, fractured, broken, and shattered. But as you know, John's arm was pristine, save those dog and claw bites. He didn't even have a bruise.
No broken bones.
Think about this.
No broken bones.
Think about that photo of those x-rays as you deliberate.
Remember
you can manipulate a taillight fragment.
We didn't see it
That's
on
not
screen.
that hard. You can't manipulate a bruise.
Can't manipulate a broken.
If they claim the car was going fast enough to shatter the taillight and shatter the diffusers, then it was also going fast enough to destroy and shatter John's arm, and it simply did not.
Where's the
How do they square
shoulder?
that? They don't, and they can't. So they spent nearly $400,000 of taxpayer money to hire someone to dress up and look like John and paint his.
Pause. He wasn't hit. You must have quit. Now my joke, but it had to be shared. He wasn't hit. You must have quit. He wasn't hit. You must have quit. It's so funny. There was drama. We didn't watch it on stream because it happened when I was, I don't know, just trying to survive a big race weekend in town. If the x-ray drama, if you didn't see it, Commonwealth expert, there were no x-rays. They never did any x-rays. I think it was Welcher. It was Welcher, right? They didn't do any x-rays. There are no x-rays. We don't know if there's any broken bones. There are no x-rays. And then ARCA comes out and they're like, yeah, no, there's no broken bones because there's x-rays. Information Data, Brennan, data that you have had. And I say you, Brennan, even though you are special prosecutor, acting special prosecutor, whatever, you are the Commonwealth. This is data that you have had. But for some reason, your expert witness had no idea that there were x-rays done. And when the defense was cross-examining this witness, and Alessi goes, so were there like any broken bones? And he's like, no, there were no x-rays. Alessi goes, there were no x-rays? They didn't do x-rays? And he's like, yeah, no, they didn't do any x-rays. So we don't know if there's any broken bones or not. He says, okay, cool. Because why would Alessi, why would he go, you sure about that? Because I got some x-rays here, is that not, this number doesn't match this number. This is not an x-ray of the decedent. No. They're going to use it in closing. They're going to use it to remind the jury that even though these experts were paid $400,000. Sorry, there was a big noise and I got distracted. $400,000. They still didn't even get this right. It's there. It's there. It exists. You had it, but you missed it. $400,000 doesn't get you perfection. $400,000 gets you didn't even see the x-ray. So I'm just going to go back another 5 seconds to get back.
That's not that hard. You can't manipulate a bruise. If they claim the car was going fast enough to shatter the taillight and shatter the diffusers, then it was also going fast enough to destroy and shatter John's arm, and it simply did not. How do they square that? They don't, and they can't. So they spent nearly $400,000 of taxpayer money to hire someone to dress up and look like John and paint his arm blue, which told you exactly nothing. The ARCA testing, conversely, also established that it is impossible for John's sweatshirt sleeve to be damaged by an impact with the taillight. The Commonwealth's theory is that the sleeve of John's hoodie sweatshirt was damaged by flying shards of taillight slicing through the shirt and through John's arm. I have 3 questions. Number 1, John's arm had about 36 abrasions. How did 36 shards of acrylic go through 9 tiny little puncture holes? How'd that happen? Somebody needs to answer that. Number 2.
He's like, it's not me. I don't.
Why are there no slices or cuts in the hoodie?
Commonwealth.
All the defects are punctures. Punctures that you might get from, say, I don't know, canine teeth. And number 3, if the shards cut bloody gouges into John's arm, that's their theory. Why is there no blood, no skin, no tissue on a single shard of taillight?
Also, why are they going in different directions?
Came in contact with John's arm. Commonwealth cannot answer a single one of those questions.
Wouldn't it all be going in the same exact direction if it was just simply it happens? The impact would have happened. What did he say? 5 times faster than a blink. 5 times faster than a blink. Sorry, I can't. I'm gotta.
Because John's arm was not impacted by the taillight.
New York.
It doesn't make sense simply because it didn't happen.
I gotta go get a drink.
Compare and contrast the ARCA experts and their actual testing to Judd Welcher. He came to you in the Commonwealth's case in chief, and he told you that for the better part of $500,000, he'd come in and testify that John was tall enough to touch the taillight with his elbow. That's it. And even in that basic demonstration, he had to lean in to manipulate it, to get the results that he wanted. Dr. Welcher then claimed that the reason he didn't do the reconstruction, the actual testing, think about what he said. There isn't enough evidence to determine what happened. I beg your pardon? What happens when there isn't enough evidence, in his words? You vote not guilty. That's what happens. That's out of his mouth, not mine. The Commonwealth also used the same company, Aperture, to try to establish a time of a collision that never occurred. The Commonwealth called Shannon Burgess, the supposed expert from Aperture. There is a cardinal sin for experts, folks, a cardinal sin. It's called confirmation bias. It's when you decide to change your opinion to fit a theory.
Hold on, sorry, pause. I seem new to Twitch. I guess so. I don't know if that's a bad thing or not. But yeah, I am. Someone, yeah. I don't know if that's is that okay. I mean, I'm also streaming on YouTube as well, so I'm not new to YouTube, but I am also on YouTube as well. You seem new to Twitch. Yeah, just trying a new thing on Twitch. So yeah.
The most important takeaway from Shannon Burgess' testimony was how brazen, how shameless he was in trying to change the data to try to suit the Commonwealth. Remember Mr. Brennan's opening statement. He made some promises to you. He said, this case is about the data. He stressed it over and over again. They've had 3.5 years to get this right. The Commonwealth has had this case for 3.5 years to get it right. So his top expert, Dr. Welcher, prepares a report. And that report says that John O'Keefe was struck by Karen Reed's SUV at 12:31:38. Note that time, 12:31:38. He was struck, he was immediately incapacitated, he was immediately unconscious. So says Judd Welcher and the Commonwealth's theory. But there was a huge, huge problem with that. And somewhere in the middle of trial, somebody must have realized it.
Typically,
they must have realized that the very data they produced unequivocally establishes that they are wrong about a collision. It could not have happened. Why? Because John was interacting with his phone after 12:31:38. Remember, the collision immediately incapacitating. How could he be interacting with his phone afterward? He was on his phone, opening his phone, checking his phone, reading texts on his phone, and locking his phone, all of it after 12:31:38, which is the time Welcher clocked for the moment of the impact. And he was taking steps and walking with that phone after 12:31:38 also.
Brennan calls.
That's what their own data
data
showed, and it devastated their case, and it devastated that false theory. There must have been panic, I'm guessing, in the room. What do we do now? The data shows John wasn't struck by the car. What do we do? Enter Shannon Burgess. Question.
The
Can
drama.
Can you believe Mr. Burgess? He came up with a brand new story right in the middle of trial.
Burgess is like, I don't know if you guys are able to hear me. Do you stream daily? I don't have a specific schedule. I typically do Fridays, sometimes Sundays, and Mondays afternoon. That's what I do. Shannon Burgess was when you like go to like when you go like grocery shopping and you're like, oh man, I really want like these chips, right? And I really want these chips. And it's like, oh man, they're usually like $6. Like they're so expensive, like not part of my budget. And you go and they're on a clearance shelf for $1. It's like, oh my God, this is absolutely perfect. I can buy the things that I want. Because I am a busy human being and I don't really know why. Because I don't know. Maybe I can. Maybe if I ever get a second, I might. But I work like 2.5 jobs. So I usually just hop on and stream. Shannon Burgess was just handed, just here is something so good, so juicy, so strong, so powerful, it's just so fantastic that you were just handed this. You just got it. You just got it. You didn't even ask for it. You weren't even hoping for it. It was just It was just given to you. It's like when you find $20 in your coat or something, you're like, yes, what the hell? That's awesome. That's Shannon Burgess to the defense team. They saw it, they took it, and they were like, yum, 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 and they just grew in size. It's fantastic. Fantastic.
You might ask yourself, would an expert actually say something he knows not to be true? Would an expert actually say something he knows is not supported by fact? Would an expert shade the truth?
Would an expert lie
You don't have to
about
look
his
any further than
education?
Shannon Burgess's CV to answer that question.
Period.
That was
I'll
a
keep
shame.
that in mind, Hannah. Thank you.
Even with the pull and push and stretch and manipulation of the time data that Mr. Burgess came in here and told you about, it still shows that John O'Keefe was very much alive and walking around after they claim he was hit and incapacitated. Think about that. Matt DeSogra looked at Burgess's report and told you that in 30 out of 30 scenarios of the possible time skews that Shannon Burgess identified, he came in the middle of trial and identified all these other time skews that he called it. In every single scenario, John was alive and walking after they said he was hit. And that's a problem for them because there was no collision. Just look at Mr. Whiffin's data, Ian Whiffin. John O'Keefe took 31 steps at a steady rate, about 83 feet. And then think about this, in a westerly direction, that would be right toward the house. Remember, it's 78 feet to that garage door. That's not a coincidence. The Commonwealth's witnesses, or the Commonwealth's witness, Mr. Ian Whiffin himself conceded that he has reasonable doubts about the accuracy of John's location data. You remember that question and answer on cross-examination by Mr. Alessi. Do you have doubts? I do.
You have doubts?
Are those doubts reasonable? They are.
I have a hangnail.
And remember, it's still the Commonwealth's burden. If their own cell phone expert has a reasonable doubt about John's location, so should you. John O'Keefe was inside, and the phone battery temperature further proves it. This is not speculation. This is science, and it's irrefutable. It tells us that he was not laying outside in the cold. He was inside somewhere a little bit warmer. Ian Whiffin told you that when the iPhone is exposed to freezing temperatures, think about these numbers. When the iPhone is exposed to freezing temperatures, it will drop from 81 to 21 degrees in 15 minutes. 15 minutes.
Okay.
That's a 60-degree drop in 15 minutes. Now look at John's phone. It was laying, according to the Commonwealth, it was laying directly on frozen ground. He arrived at 34 Fairview and his phone dropped only 20 degrees over the course of an hour. Then inexplicably, it stayed steady.
You're good.
Never dropping
You're good.
below 50 degrees for the next 4.5 hours. Never dropping below 50 degrees for the next 4.5 hours, basically through the entire night.
It was underneath the body, at least when it was
not
discovered.
outside.
So a body
It was
is
someplace
warm,
warmer,
even though it is actively
basement.
cooling.
or a garage.
I love how Alan Jackson is like, here's some questions. I don't know. What are you guys thinking? Like basement, garage, inside somewhere, I don't know. It's crazy. But like, you see all these options? It's not cut and dry. And it's not even almost cut and dry. It's so far from cut and dry. he's giving these questions to the jury, and he's encouraging them to just continue to go further with your own answer and go further, right? Like, don't just hear the one word, go further. If there's any question, there is doubt equals not guilty. It's so simple. How is this still a trial? I know. And it became very clear that the Commonwealth was going to have a very, very, very tough time, I think, to the Commonwealth. Like it became clear to the Commonwealth that they were going to have a very tough time with the rest of the trial once the defense case started. They were like, oh shit. We knew we were up against a beast, but we did not think it was the final boss of beast. They came so strong and so fast. So something that I think is very, really important to this jury. They did not waste the jurors' time. They said, we got some people. Let's get on with it. Here you go. Need we say more? Need we say more? Is a couple of days okay? It's a couple of days because they just took 7 weeks. We'll just take like 4.5 days type of energy, right? Like, is that cool with you, jurors? Is that cool? Sweet. Thanks. And then, you're probably going to hear again from the Commonwealth, and Brennan the other day was like, oh, by the way, we're not calling any rebuttal witnesses. And everyone went, record scratch? I'm sorry, what? You're not, but you fought. Brennan fought for rebuttal witnesses. And his key rebuttal witness was going to be Welcher. But the moment Welcher was on that stand and said, there are no x-rays and then other things as well, I think Brennan knew we're done. Both of my experts can be destroyed by this defense team in so many ways. Burgess, the CV, the lying, the this, the red face, the just not being just a solid person, like he took it in stride, but it was not a good look. Welcher, just a mess of a person, right? Just a mess of a person. Compare Welcher, compare Burgess to Wolf and Rentschler from ARCA. Just compare them as people, as humans. Now, when you are sitting there as a juror and you have Burgess and Rentschler versus Wolf and Burgess and Welcher versus Wolf and Rentschler, it's just different standards. It's different standards. And so Brennan said, we're not calling Welcher back. We're not doing that. No. And so there was no break between the defense's case in chief other than the day off that the jury had. Apples and oranges. There's no break. The jury had 1 day. They had 1 day off, just 1 day off. Yesterday, they had the day off because it was the conference and all the things and getting everything ready for today. The jury had 1 day of breather. No court, no more testimony, no more evidence, no Brennan telling them that all these things happened. None of that. Now closing arguments. So the last thing they are hearing is not just the defense's case in chief, but Rentschler saying there was no impact. Period. And now this.
Dr. LaPosada confirmed that John O'Keefe did not have hypothermia. No telltale signs, no telltale Wisniewski spots, no frostbite on any extremity. He did not die of hypothermia because he wasn't outside. Dr. Isaac Wolf, Dan Wolf, Elizabeth LaPosada, Judson Welcher, Andrew Rentschler, all agreed. Every expert agreed. This is how John O'Keefe died. A rearward fall from a standing position. What could make you fall straight back like that? Let's just think about that for a second. What could make you fall from a standing position as Judd Welcher just showed us?
You're drunk?
Standing up, falling straight back.
Someone shoving
Add a
you?
laceration to the right eye consistent with a fist or a punch.
Ooh.
And you've got your answer.
Someone punched you so hard in the face.
He certainly didn't sustain that wound on the back of his
immediately?
head by falling backwards onto a lawn. Dr. La Posada told you that the patterned injury on the back of John's head could only be produced by hitting a hard, ridged, or ledged surface, like a concrete stair or step. What's just through that garage door? Michael Proctor never stepped down in that garage to find out.
knows?
What a shame. And look at the arm.
What a
Just
shame.
look at John's arm. You don't need the top experts in the country, but you had them. You don't need the top medical minds on the planet on this issue, but you had them. These are dog bites and scratches. These are animal wounds. Not one witness has been called in their trial. Not one. 8 weeks and counting. Not one witness who actually disputes that John O'Keefe's arm injuries are from a dog. The Commonwealth could not find a single medical expert, a single medical witness who would come in here and tell you those are inconsistent with a dog bite or a scratch. And it's equally clear that there was no collision. Dr. La Posada told you in probably the clearest voice in the entire trial. You remember her testimony. He didn't get hit by a car, in her words. He just didn't get hit by a car. You remember the question that was posed by Mr. Brennan, did you consider the speed of the vehicle? And she said, speed didn't matter because he didn't get hit by a car.
He didn't.
She repeated it 3 times because it's true, not just because she says so, but because the medical evidence proves it. The medical science proves it. There was no collision. Dr. Rentschler told you unequivocally and just as firmly he didn't get hit by a car. The Commonwealth has not met their burden. They cannot meet their burden. The Commonwealth hasn't called a single medical professional, not one, to testify that John's wounds came from being hit by a car. Not Dr. Scortibello, not Dr. Isaac Wolf. Contrast that with the caliber and the quality of the experts who came in here to tell you what is obvious to anyone with common sense. Those wounds on his right arm are from a dog. This was not an oversight by the Commonwealth. It's just that there is no one out there. No matter how big a check you write, there's not a medical expert who's going to disagree with that. The fact is, this is the central fact in the case. The only fact that matters is literally uncontested by every medical expert. Uncontested, undisputed. There is no evidence that John was hit by a car. None.
No.
How much more reasonable doubt could there be? This case should be over right now. Done.
He shouldn't be here.
Because there was
shouldn't be here.
No collision. So given all that, how did Karen Reed end up sitting here? Why is she even here? Why is she in that chair? Why is she in this courtroom? There is a reason for that. And it's a reason they don't want to tell you, and it's a reality they don't want to admit to. The reason we're here is because the system, the very system that was meant to protect her, that was meant to protect all of us, that system has failed badly. So now let's discuss the facts that were and were not presented by the Commonwealth in this case.
Unetti and
the next few minutes, I want to talk about the utter failure.
Sorry, Karen, that's a bad pause. Your face was doing really good, though. I was here to comment. Karen's face was doing really good. You know, she's got the exhausted, I'm tired, you know, like I shouldn't even be here energy going. And I love that. Fantastic for her. The jury is looking directly at her, right over Alan Jackson's shoulder. Lovely. Alan Jackson is not moving. He's not moving. He is standing still. His feet are planted. Unetti, Alessi, right at him with admiration, right? Like there's like pride going, like his, like they're like sending him good energy. You can just feel it. It's just like they're paying attention, and it's telling the jury to pay attention. It's telling the jury to look at him. There's nowhere else to look. Alan Jackson will point up to the screen when you need to look at the monitor. He'll tell you. He'll say, "Go look. Now come back to me." His control of the room is just immaculate.
Failure of the police to investigate this properly and to investigate this fully. And what you're going to see is that Michael Proctor, the lead investigator for the Commonwealth, did nothing to actually and properly investigate this case. Let's start with the house. That's the most logical place to start. I think you'd agree. Brian Albert's house, where John's body was discovered lifeless in the lawn.
The
A man,
voice, the energy,
police
the
officers
tone.
found dead on the front lawn,
Everything.
and no one secures the scene. No tape, no preservation of evidence, no crime scene log, no search warrants, no consent searches, no photographs of the house interior. They didn't treat the house as a crime scene, and shamefully, they didn't even treat the yard as a crime scene. The lame excuse offered by retired Lieutenant Gallagher: it was really cold and windy, and I didn't know if there was a crime that had been committed. What? You didn't know that a crime had potentially been committed? You have a man laying dead in the yard, and here are the undisputed facts that those officers were confronted with. Black eyes. Obviously, black eyes are consistent with a fight. Bloody nose, also consistent with a fight. Bleeding.
Black eyes? Not black guys. Black eyes. Consistent with a fight.
From the face, consistent with a physical altercation. A cut over the right eye, consistent with a punch. No coat in the freezing cold, not dressed for outside, dressed for inside, and one shoe on. I wonder where the other shoe could be. I don't know, maybe in the house 30 feet away. And then you find a broken and shattered drinking glass next to him, the type of glass that you might find, I don't know, let me think about this, in a kitchen in a house 30 feet away.
Me. I feel like he's channeling me, like, and just my exasperated moments of just, I need to yell and I need to scream, and the only people who understand me are watching my stream. Literally me. Like, where did the glass come from? I don't know. Here's a really good question that we all could maybe ask. Is it from the home where alcoholics live? Okay, I'm gonna go back. I'm sorry.
Altercation. A cut over the right eye, consistent with a punch. No coat in the freezing cold, not dressed for outside, dressed for inside, and one shoe on. I wonder where the other shoe could be. I don't know, maybe in the house 30 feet away. And then you find a broken and shattered drinking glass next to him, the type of glass that you might find, I don't know, let me think about this, in a kitchen in a house 30 feet away.
Underlining common sense, underlining bad policing.
Under his back shoulder. Lieutenant Gallagher actually claimed he did not know it was a potential crime that needed investigating.
Like, bro, what do you even mean?
The neighbor across the street, Detective Lieutenant Kelleher, had a ring camera that was pointed at the exact direction where John O'Keefe would have been hit, and nobody bothered to secure it. Nobody even bothered to look at it.
Because why? It's not a crime.
Of course this was a potential crime scene. Of course it was. Let's not forget, this was Brian Albert's house, and that comes with privileges. Quote, is the homeowner going to catch any shit? Nope. He's a Boston cop too, end quote. That quote starts to make a little more sense now, doesn't it?
Okay, the segue.
Michael Proctor wrote those words just hours after John's body was found. He sent this in a private chat, in a private text he never, ever believed would ever be revealed. He sent that text in a series of messages that now belong to you. You weren't given the opportunity to hear from Michael Proctor, but you can read his thoughts for yourself.
Yep.
And I urge you,
what he was thinking and
go
saying.
read them. They're in Exhibit 209.
It's right here.
Wondering. But here are the highlights. Proctor starts the conversation.
Stellar.
Quote, all the powers that be want answers ASAP. He's getting.
Yes, so they have the text, Buchanan read them in, because they used Buchanan to get the text messages from Proctor in so that they didn't have to call Proctor. They used Buchanan to get anything from Proctor in because Brennan did not want to call Proctor. And it was up in the air if the defense wanted to call Proctor or were going to call Proctor. I think they were thinking about it and then decided against it. So, yeah. And they said, you know what? No, we're not going to call Proctor. We're going to use the fact that they didn't call Proctor against them as much as possible. So, yes, they got the texts. Yep. And they also used, who was the friend that came in that wasn't there to read text messages in. It was just there to like, so like the truth of the text messages. The friend who calls him Chipper Bear, and then Brennan had him read text messages in, and then there was the whole sidebar of him not being comfortable reading these text messages, even though he read all of them up till his had bad words and all of that. So yeah, so text messages came in from Proctor, but not the ones. Oh yeah, oh they're in, and just prep yourselves. So I apologize to YouTube, the YouTube gods in advance, but this is trial. So the words that come out of these mouths, it's not my mouth, and this is in a court of law, so it should be able to be played on YouTube.
Getting pressure, obviously, get this done. His friend then asks what Proctor's probably thinking at the time. Quote, I assume you guys are out to make it cut and dry since it involves cops. Something stinks. And Proctor responds, yeah, to the something stinks. And then he goes on, but there will be some serious charges brought on the girl.
The
Think
girl.
about that. Hours into this investigation, there will be some serious charges brought on the girl. She's a whack job cunt. Yeah, she's a babe.
Sorry.
Weird Fall River accent, though. No ass. No ass bitch. She's got a leaky balloon knot. Leaks poo. Zero chance she skates. She's fucked.
Okay, but like, can we get Alan Jackson to read books so that we can have Alan Jackson like reading like audiobooks? Like, can he do some audiobooks? The gallery is sickened. Yeah. Yeah. John O'Keefe's father is right back here. Having this is a very difficult time for him, understandably, but over here we do have some legal assistance type setting, and also Karen Reed's family, and these are very powerful words. The F word, not so much, just be like, well, she's fucked. Like, nah, no, okay, whatever. We've heard worse. But the straight up see you next Tuesday, so powerful from Jackson, because he is reading a text message that someone wrote hours into the case as a lead investigator about his client. He is invested. And so him saying this without hesitation, with forcefulness, like from his full chest, is what we did not get in trial. We did not get in testimony these text messages being read full-throatedly. But we got it here in probably the most important moment. He said, you are not going to forget these words. You are going to hear one number out of me, and it is the exhibit number for these text messages of the lead or the lead investigator of this case. Check the times, check the dates, see for yourself just how quickly he was saying all of this about a suspect in a case before he even investigated. And then wrote and then got fired over. Yes, I would read every single one. Honestly, I need audiobooks from Jackson ASAP. So let's go back. Can we do it again? I know we're going to listen to Brennan.
He goes
quickly.
on, but there will be some serious charges brought on the girl. Think about that.
A world speed.
Hours into this investigation, there will be some serious charges brought on the girl. She's a whack job cunt. Yeah.
Did you see where his eyes went? Did you see where his eyes went when he said the CUNT word, which I don't like? I don't mind that word. I say the word all the time. Some people have an issue with it, YouTube in particular. Did you see where his eyes went? His eyes started this way to the jury. So I think someone over here might have been noticing a juror needing a little more emphasis of just how maybe gross Proctor is. So he said a whack job and he looked directly at someone, right? And he's like, these are his words. Don't let anyone fool you. He didn't spell anything out in a text message. I'm going to say it for you and you're going to hear it. This is who we think you might be supporting right now. Let's change that in this very moment. Brilliant.
She's a babe. Weird Fall River accent, though. No ass. No ass bitch. She's got a leaky balloon knot. Leaks poo. 0 chance she skates. She's fucked.
It's like, why was Proctor crashing out 4 hours into the investigation to his friends? Like, I do not understand. I do not understand. He just like went off on her. Just went way off on her for no reason whatsoever. Like, dude, you should be busy. You should have your notifications silenced right now. Like your phone should not even be active. You should be currently investigating, but you are crashing out about a suspect in a case that you just got minutes ago. Minutes. It's insane.
And up to this point, Michael Proctor had done 0 investigation. Nothing. Save talked to a grand total of 3 people, all of whom were named Albert or McCabe. That's it. And this was his mindset. This is the same lead investigator who sent the group chats that you heard about with Sergeant Butnick. Late night, sitting at his office, rifling through Karen's phone, bragging about looking for naked pictures of her. That text wasn't sent to his buddies or his friends. That text was sent to his supervisors at the Massachusetts State Police, for God's sake. And what was their response?
Tee ha
Sergeant
ha lol.
Buchanan liked this conduct with a big old thumbs up.
Imagine texting your boss like, hey, no nudes yet. I'm sorry, I write your checks. The fuck? What do you mean, bro? What do you mean? 1, ew. 2, grow up. 3, you are in a position of power and you literally just sent a text message saying that you are misusing your power. I don't know why it didn't just stop there. I will let a text message in a group chat of friends not slide, not go. But when it came to the punishment, if the coworkers are not there to see that, they don't know it exists. You know, you don't know. I don't know what other people people text about me all the time. I don't give a fuck. But your superiors got a message from you. No nudes yet. I'm going through her phone. No nudes yet. I would have turned into a literal demon if I was his boss. I would have been inside of that room so fast there would be smoke and flames on the carpet. This is so, it's so unethical. It's so irresponsible. It's so disgusting. It's so you are now fired, a bull. And then to allow him to continue investigating this case, to have access to this case, to have his hands all over this case for as long as it went on, there's no responsibility anywhere, right? Oh, well, I'm not taking responsibility for him, and I'm not taking responsibility for him, and I'm not taking responsibility for him. Nothing. Laziness. laziness. It has all been approved. And I've been saying it over and over and over again. And I know I sound like a broken record, but it's learned. It's learned. It's a trickle down effect of ineffective policing that turns into corruption. That is exactly what happened here. From the very top down to the rookies. They were learning it so fast, and we saw it from Denver. They were learning it so fast. So fast. Not do the right thing, but then to be pressured to do the right thing. But the person pressuring you and telling you to do the right thing at that point no longer cares about the truth, right? They don't care about the truth. They don't want the truth. They just want to make sure they don't get in trouble. They don't look bad. Because by that point, the doing the right thing is covering everyone else's ass. When if one person actually did the right thing, if one person actually did the right thing in this entire investigation, we would not be sitting here today. And that's a fact. If one singular person actually did the right thing, actually legitimately did the right thing, I would put money on that we would not be here finishing up the second trial. It's insane. It's absolutely insane. Sorry, rant over.
He encouraged it. Ladies and gentlemen, a lead investigator is every investigator is supposed to be objective, an objective fact finder. No bias, no agenda. Michael Proctor went far beyond just insulting Karen Read. He dehumanized this woman. He betrayed her as a human being.
Immediately. Like immediately.
He was fired for this blatant bias. If the Massachusetts State Police can't trust him, how can you trust him with this investigation and with your verdict?
Yeah. How can John O'Keefe's
and
family
with
trust
Karen
him?
Read's life? The lead investigator in a murder trial was never called to testify. Think about that. That should stop you in your tracks.
Why?
Wouldn't you want to hear from Michael Proctor? Wouldn't you want to hear from the lead investigator in the case? Don't you have questions? The Commonwealth did not present their own lead investigator to the jury, the very jury who is charged with judging the investigation. Michael Proctor clearly is radioactive, and the Commonwealth stayed away from it. Michael Proctor is no longer a Massachusetts State Police officer. He wasn't transferred. He didn't go on sabbatical. He didn't retire. He didn't resign.
No.
He was fired.
Kicked out.
He was terminated for cause. The Massachusetts State Police investigated him, found him guilty of dishonorable conduct, not just for those text messages, folks, for sharing confidential information with witnesses and for bias. Not just any bias, bias in this case.
Yeah.
Fired.
Yeah. Yeah. So how many of
This
his
is the
other
man who
cases do we need
touched
to dig
every
through?
single piece of important evidence in this case. All the evidence that was brought before you in this trial went through his hands one way or another. The shirts, the shards. Remember that when Mr. Brennan gets up
Don't
and
say
gives his
shart.
closing
Don't say
argument.
shart. Don't say
The
shart.
shirts?
Don't say shart.
The shards, all in Michael Proctor's possession. Mr. Brennan,
If I tried to say that sentence twice, I would say shart. I would have sharded all over that. Shirts and shards. God, that was a risky move, Jackson. He probably did some good vocal warm-ups. I did not. I would have said the sharts and the sharts. But yeah, Proctor had his little grubby, disgusting, probably dirt under the nail fingers all over this case. And they said, well, Sonny boy, you done fucked up, my guy. And you are now fired, which is rare. We have seen police body cams of things. We have seen police body cams of things that we all say, wow, they should be fired. Those cops should be fired immediately. We have all seen the stories. We have all seen the news articles. We've all seen the breaking news, officer found not guilty and death charge, Cops can kill people. and get away with it. Proctor was fired. Fired. So what else don't we know about? Right? What else don't we know about that Proctor did? There's so many things. This is not new activity from Proctor. None of this is new. This didn't just happen one day. Or Proctor's like, oh my God, I'm just going to be a total asshole to this random girl, the girl. I'm just going to, just today, before this, I was really good at my job. This is not new activity. This is typical, normal. He is comfortable with it. There was no hesitation. Activity. Are we going to be going through the rest of his cases to see what else he may have fucked up? Good chance. Good chance.
And the Commonwealth, I think, have pinned their hopes on some microscopic pieces of, or close to microscopic pieces of plastic.
Can't say microscopic.
That were claimed to have been scraped from the hoodie several months after the fact.
Which is a problem.
What he failed to ask every single every single witness is who had access to that shirt and who had access to those taillight fragments.
Proctor.
And the answer is it was Michael Proctor. Not
Every
for days, not for weeks,
time.
for months on end, for months unaccounted for, before they were submitted to the crime lab, before they were ever scraped. Just go look at the chain of custody documents. You've got them. Why didn't Michael Proctor give those clothes to Maureen Hartnett with the crime lab when she was at Canton PD just days after the fact to receive those Solo cups? Remember that? Just a few days later, she was there. She drove up. She did the driving to take the Solo cups in the grocery bag, which has a ridiculous aspect to it in and of itself as well. Why not just give her the shirts?
Why not give her everything?
Give her taillight fragments if any were found at that point. Why hold on to them? What could possibly be a reason?
Why not just
Why
give her
wait
the
until
things?
March to book those into evidence? Now let's talk about some of the other problems with the Commonwealth's evidence.
Damn.
As I indicated, there was no blood, no skin, no tissue, no DNA found on a single piece or shard of the taillight that the Commonwealth claims cut and sliced into John O'Keefe's arm. Where is that trace evidence? Where is that biological evidence? The DNA. Where is it? They've got nothing. Not a single piece that the Commonwealth wants you to believe cut up John's arm. How is that possible? It's not possible. The only way it's possible is if those shards never touched his arm, because it was a dog. Oh, and the one sample of DNA that they did find, by the way, was found on the outer smooth part of the housing. Not any shard. It was the outer smooth part of the housing. Nothing that they claim actually came in contact with John O'Keefe. Number two, that sample had DNA of two other men, two other unidentified males. That tells you that that DNA had nothing to do with a car strike. That DNA would be expected to be, John's DNA would be expected to be all over that car. Inside, outside, he had access to that car for months and months and months. He was in and out of it all the time. Show me some blood, then we'll talk. They can't, and they won't because it doesn't exist. That SUV never hit John. The hair found on the bumper. The Commonwealth really stretched its own credibility on this one. That magic little hair on the SUV supposedly survived a 37-mile drive in 47-mile-an-hour winds. But that little magic hair just clung there, just hung on. That same hair that moved in between photos in the Sallyport. Remember that? There were two photos taken, and it was either the breath of the photographer or just the movement of walking by the hair. It literally moved between the two photographs. But that hair is supposed to have hung on in a 37-mile drive in a blizzard. The only thing that hair proves that the Commonwealth is embarrassingly grasping at straws. That hair has nothing to do with anything.
Embarrassingly grasping.
But it doesn't
at
stop there. There was
straws.
another revelation at trial, a big one, a huge one, and it came from a very unlikely source. Christina Hanley, the quiet, reserved criminalist who told you something the Commonwealth likely did not want revealed because it's devastating to their case. Absolutely devastating. And it's this. The glass on the bumper didn't match the cocktail glass.
Bum, bum,
No.
bada.
Remember, February 11th, Michael Proctor, without any other person with him, no witness, no supervisor, no other person with him, claims to have found a single piece of glass at the scene. February 11th, single piece of glass, Michael
Single piece of
Proctor.
glass.
Keep that in mind. Interestingly, the glass on the bumper that didn't match the cocktail glass, one piece did match one other thing. The Proctor glass. Those two go together. The only two things that go together from that bumper are the Proctor glass.
What a quinky dink, right?
We know that there's no glass in the taillight. We know that nothing else was shattered on the vehicle. Therefore, that glass had to be placed there. Didn't come from a crash, didn't come from a cocktail glass. So how did it get sprinkled on the back of the bumper? Whose proverbial fingerprints are on that glass on the bumper? The only thing it matched was Michael Proctor. What about the Ford Edge and that snowplow driver, Brian Loughran? He observed that Ford Edge parked outside Brian Albert's house at 3:30 a.m. That vehicle was moved directly in front of where John's body was found sometime between 2:30 and 3:30 in the morning. The only person connected to a car of that make and model, Brian Albert. Michael Proctor did nothing to investigate that point. Did nothing to investigate whose Ford Edge was parked in a spot specifically to block the line of sight in the exact position where John's body would be later found by Karen Reed.
What took him so long to
No
even
one.
have the conversation?
Not Michael Proctor or anybody else checked it for evidence. No one even asked any questions about it. That Ford Edge, Brian Albert's Ford Edge, completely ignored. Michael Proctor failed to interview obvious witnesses in this case. Why? Why didn't he want to speak to the snowplow driver, Brian Loughran? Why did he falsely claim that no one plowed the roadway that morning? When police dash cam video, you saw the dash cam, it shows plows going back and forth all morning. Why did he wait so long, years even, to interview Heather Maxson and Ryan Nagel, individuals who were literally outside 34 Fairview at the exact same time John and Karen arrived at Brian Albert's house that night?
And why didn't we
Brian
hear from
Loughran,
Julie?
had he been investigated or interviewed, would have told Michael Proctor that he drove past the lawn multiple times on January 29th, and there was no body on the lawn. He would have had a perfect view. Remember, the weatherman told you there was only enough snow at that time. I think he said, in a very charming phrase, only enough snow to track a cat.
Track a
I think
cat.
that was it.
No cat paws.
There was no body there. Heather Maxson and Ryan Nagel would have told him that they arrived at 34 Fairview shortly after Karen and John pulled up behind them, and they would have told Michael Proctor, at least Heather would have told Michael Proctor, that when she left 10 minutes later, she drove past the SUV and observed Karen Reed in the driver's side, dome light on, passenger seat empty.
Passenger seat.
So where was John? Wasn't outside, wasn't sitting down, wasn't laying down. There's only one place he could be. We could all say it together if you could talk with me. He was in the house.
Do you see a clue? Do you?
But Michael Proctor did not want to have those answers. He did not want to have to disclose those answers.
It's giving like kids television, you know, like behind me. You know, like that type of energy, but it feels like that. And he's able to speak to them in this way because the common sense is king. Common sense is king right now. It is the most important factor for the jury during their deliberations is to rely on their common sense. There was no one in the passenger seat and he wasn't outside. So where was he? Because there's the phone calls of him in the car being lost. He's now not in the car and he's not outside. Where is he? He's not across the street.
Answers. He didn't want the truth. The Commonwealth hasn't presented a
He's in the house,
shred of
probably.
evidence of when Karen Reed consumed her last drink that night. Think about that.
This
It's
is a
critical
big one.
information that the Commonwealth has to prove beyond a reasonable doubt and to a moral certainty. They have to prove when her last drink was that night. They have to prove it. We don't have to prove or disprove anything.
Exactly. Do not
Every
let them
single
burden
witness
shift
who was
things.
asked and who had an opportunity to observe Karen that night said the same thing. She wasn't drunk.
Fine.
She wasn't stumbling. She wasn't slurring her words.
Yeah.
She was, in the words of Ms. Kolakithis, completely normal. Even Jennifer McCabe grudgingly had to admit that fact. It's on video.
Everyone said
Instead-
she was chill. She was fine. She was not slurring her words. She wasn't fumbling around. She wasn't falling over. She wasn't drunk. She didn't look drunk. She wasn't acting drunk. She wasn't talking drunk. She was fine. She was perfectly fine.
Instead, they used Yuri Buchanan to try to come into court and count sips of alcohol, which he admittedly got wrong. According to Ian Whiffen, the Commonwealth's own expert, using location data on John's phone showed Karen driving lawfully. She was driving safely. She was under the speed limit. She was slowing and stopping at stop signs, slowing around corners. And Ryan Nagel corroborated that when he saw her make that left-hand turn onto Fairview. The Commonwealth has an incredibly high burden to prove that Karen was driving under the influence. They have failed to prove that beyond a reasonable doubt and to a moral certainty because it depends on when she had her last drink.
Yep.
What happened after she got home and she was upset with John for not coming back out of the house?
She poured herself a couple
would
of
answer
stiff
that.
ones. Period.
As you well know, no one searched the house for signs of a struggle. Not that night, not the next day. I'm talking about 34 Fairview. Not ever. Not once. Not with a warrant, not with consent. They never went into the basement, the stairwells. They didn't look at the walls. They didn't look in the garage. Nothing was ever examined. Nothing was checked for blood. Nothing was checked for DNA. They didn't look for a ledged or ridged surface. Zero. You'll remember how surprised Jennifer McCabe was to recall that there was a garage door even on the house. Except this was her sister's house. She's been going to that house since she was 5.
Yeah. She also doesn't know
She's
anything
seen
about the
that
dog.
house. She's been in and out of that house hundreds of times, maybe thousands of times. She's been going to that house her entire life, and yet she acted surprised when I asked her about it. Remember Jennifer McCabe's answer when I asked her whether there was a door at the garage? I was asking her about the front door, the side door, and the garage door, and her answer was, "Oh, actually, there is a garage door right there."
He loved that.
Investigators never
Wait, why
opened
did
that
he
door.
just laugh? He just giggled. He just did a giggle. He loved doing that.
Right there.
Watch.
Investigators never opened that door.
He literally just laughed.
Let's change the scenario.
Funny.
What if it was
There were so many moments. There were so many moments where Jen was like, "Oh, this trial and last trial." It's like, "Oh, I mean, I guess. Okay, sure. Yeah, if you want to call it that. I mean, it's not like we use the door, but it's a door." Type of energy. That was really funny that he had to pull himself back together. I don't know, y'all. I don't know. I don't know how a jury could say guilty. There's just too many variables.
Wasn't the house of a Boston cop? What if it wasn't the house of Brian Albert? We can be certain that investigators would have torn that house apart to get answers about why a fellow police officer was laying dead on the homeowner's lawn. You can betcha.
Yeah. He wanted to say you can bet your
But
your
because
ass.
this was Brian Albert's house, a Boston cop, nope.
Nope.
And
His
because he was a fellow cop, an insider, they didn't even open the door. That is not justice, folks. That's just pure favoritism. Each of these facts is more than a question mark. They're failures of duty. They're blank spots on a map where justice is supposed to live. And every single one is a reason why you cannot convict Karen Read. Reasonable doubt abounds. If the Commonwealth failed to investigate every reasonable alternative, how dare they come in here and ask you for a verdict? They didn't investigate the case fully, and yet they're asking you to take the easy road and do their job for them. These facts do not represent reasonable doubt. Nothing does. every one of these facts that you're seeing that we're talking about represents reasonable doubt. Every one. The police and the prosecution are in a position to take people's liberty. It's the most dire and consequential act a civilized government can take against one of its citizens. Their obligation is not just to try to get it right. They have to convince you to the highest degree of certainty known in human affairs. They have to do it all, every bit of it, beyond any and all reasonable doubt. And they have not done that here. And how about the homeowner himself? The host, the first responder, the Boston cop, Brian Albert, who was sparring and practice fighting with Brian Higgins just minutes before John O'Keefe appeared at his house, 34 Fairview. Brian Albert, who was watching Chloe that night, the German Shepherd. Brian Albert, whose phone and his wife's phone were never secured. Brian Albert, who never came out of the house. But that doesn't mean he wasn't awake. It doesn't mean that he wasn't on his phone. Think about this. Jennifer McCabe claimed that her sister and Brian Albert both slept through this complete chaos right outside their bedroom window. But Jennifer McCabe's phone records tell a different story, and they tell the truth. She spoke with them for the better part of a minute, 38 seconds to be detailed about it, at 5:07 a.m. And then she lied about that call. Remember that?
She lied about a lot of things.
What was the reason for that call?
She lied to the damn
5:07?
FBI.
Was it panic? Was it a warning? We know that conversation took place at the precise time Karen left her house to go search for John, 5:07. We could answer those questions if we just had access to their phones. Brian Albert, Brian Higgins. But Michael Proctor wasn't interested in their phones. Not only did he not secure their phones, he never even asked. And what about Brian Albert's dog, Chloe? A dog with a history.
What
a
dog?
dog that is, quote, not good with strangers. Dr. Russell confirmed that John's patterned injury.
There's no dog. What dog? They had a dog. No one knows the dog. Jen McCabe, nowhere near familiar with the dog. What dog? Were they lying that they had a dog? Or were they lying about what the dog and where the dog was that night?
Injuries were from a dog,
Too many questions.
just like the
Not
dog
enough
Brian
answers.
Albert owned. And then Chloe just disappeared.
Poof, gone.
Not there the next morning.
Gone.
None of the officers that you heard from said that there was a dog in the house. They didn't see her. She was just gone. And then ultimately gotten rid of altogether. Who gets rid of their family pet?
Right. Why are you getting rid?
Unless they had
Where is it?
something to
Where are you
hide.
gonna put it? What are you doing? Why
Michael
are you
Proctor
just gonna
wasn't
get rid of a
interested in that
dog? We
And
don't
recall
do
the
that.
group chat with the Alberts and the McCabes. They were getting their story straight. Matt McCabe, whom the Commonwealth did not call in this trial, instructed the group in that group chat, you'll recall, tell him to say the guy never came in the house. Think about that exact quote. Tell him to say the guy never came in the house. And Brian Albert, the patriarch of the family, exactly, exclamation point. He blessed it.
Karen Reed's the girl.
With the
John
truth.
O'Keefe is the guy.
As we all know, you don't need to get your story straight. You don't need to tell someone what to say. It's just the truth. And what about the Google search? A Google search that Jennifer McCabe admitted having made. A Google search that was time-stamped by Celebrite at 2:27 a.m. A Google search that read, Hoslong to die in cold. It is uncontested and undisputed that that search was deleted. If the 2:27 a.m. timestamp is not true, why does Jennifer McCabe have to lie about it? Why delete it? If the 2:27 a.m. timestamp is not true, why create a false story about Karen screaming Google hypothermia? That's just a fabrication. That's just a made-up fact. And by the way, if someone does tell you Google hypothermia, why would you Google how long it takes to die in cold? Wouldn't you just Google hypothermia?
It's so funny because it's
Jennifer
so
McCabe
true.
enlisted Carrie Roberts to help shift the blame to Karen.
It's funny because it's true. Like Jen McCabe did so much extra shit for no reason.
Why go to that much effort? unless you're trying to cover for something. Keep in mind the entire foundation of her claim that Karen said Google hypothermia is this fantasy about Karen screaming it at the location, at the scene. That's her entire excuse. But that story went completely off the rails when Carrie Roberts admitted that she perjured herself to back up Jennifer McCabe's false story.
I almost forgot about
that. Was a
all
dramatic
of that.
moment in court. It's an admission of perjury, and you don't see that very often in a courtroom.
Viral moment for sure.
It tells you everything you need to know about the character and quality of the prosecution's case and their witnesses, lying and perjury and admitting to it. A fundamental tenet of any investigation is to ensure that witnesses are independent and not influenced by other witnesses. You start by separating the witnesses. Michael Proctor did none of that in this case, and we see the results. Together. Think back to Jennifer McCabe's own text messages with Carrie Roberts. About Carrie Roberts, not with Carrie Roberts, notably. What Carrie Roberts didn't know was at the time she was being interviewed by the police, Jennifer McCabe was in real time. She was bragging about having influenced Carrie's testimony.
She's telling them
her
everything.
Statements to the Alberts and the McCabes. Quote, she's telling them everything, all the stuff. Remember that timeline that we talked about with Jennifer McCabe? That's what she was referring to. She's telling him everything that Jennifer McCabe had put in Carrie Roberts' timeline. The Commonwealth wants you to believe that Karen Reed made a statement at the location, at the scene. I hit him. I'm sure you'll hear that from the prosecution in their final arguments. But their own witnesses contradict that. Jennifer McCabe admitted on cross-examination that her very first statement to law enforcement, confirmed that Karen didn't say anything. She asked, could I have hit him? Did I hit him? Is he dead? The physics and the science answer that question. Could you have hit him? No, you couldn't have. Sergeant Buchanan also testified that the only statements Karen Reed made at the scene, according to his conversations with the first responders, was, could I have hit him? Did I hit him? It wasn't a confession. It was confusion. And Dr. Russell explained that confusion. She told you why Karen Reed or anybody in that position might ask those questions. She was suffering from extreme grief reaction, which according to the evidence can last for years. Even her medical records confirm that diagnosis. It's common to ask those questions in grief. It's common to ask those types of questions in shock.
Which makes Google hypothermia, the whole Google hypothermia, stand out to me right now in this moment. Karen Reed was not in any sort of right state of mind upon finding John O'Keefe, right? She was yelling, she was screaming, she was frantic, she was running all around. You could see it, you could hear it. She thought blood was her period on her hands. I don't think she was in the, I don't know. I can't say it didn't happen or it did happen, but I don't see her having the composure to be like, Jen McCabe, can you Google hypothermia for me? Or Google hypothermia. Like, I don't even know if she would even know what Google is in that very moment. You know, she wasn't comprehending, according to Jen, that there's blood on her and that it was from John. You know, like she didn't even comprehend that. So I don't even know if she was in the state to ask questions like that.
Trying to make sense out of the nonsensical in the moment. And the Commonwealth has tried to twist those words into a confession. There is no evidence that any officer at the scene ever heard Karen Reed say, I hit him. Not a single police officer at the scene came in to support the Commonwealth's claim. It's not on video. It's not on audio. It's not in a single police report. It's not in a single EMT or EMS report. Nowhere. The fact is, Karen never said, I hit him. You saw the video. Multiple officers were right there. She simply never said it. What did Jennifer McCabe do and not do when she got to 34 Fairview? She would have you believe, I want to set the scene for you, that she's confronted out of the blue with John O'Keefe's lifeless body. Her friend, John O'Keefe, He's bruised and battered. He's bleeding. His eyelid is cut. His nose is bleeding. Karen is screaming at the top of her lungs. Carrie is screaming back to Karen, "Shut up!" Both women begin crying. Both women are giving CPR. There's chaos everywhere. It's building in the yard, just feet from Brian Albert's house, Brian Albert's window. Jennifer calls her sister at 6:07 with all this chaos going on. No answer. Jennifer calls her sister at 6:08 with all this chaos and bedlam going on.
Fantastic.
Still
argument.
no answer. No lights come on in the house. In the midst of all this screaming and this chaos, Brian Albert doesn't come outside. Nicole Albert doesn't come outside during this maelstrom. And yet, Jennifer McCabe never goes inside to check on her sister.
On her sister.
There's literally no signs of life inside the house. And Jennifer McCabe doesn't take a step inside that house.
Nope.
To check on her family. Why is that? Does that make any
I'd be
sense?
breaking doors down.
Everyone would sprint inside the house to make sure that there's no one in there that was hurt or injured or, God forbid, dead. Everyone would do that. But not Jennifer McCabe. The only way that makes sense is if Jennifer McCabe already knew that Brian and Nicole were just fine.
Because Jen McCabe did it is something that probably one of the jurors is thinking right now. Like, whoa, maybe Jen McCabe did it. Because she was the one coming to the door. She'd have like the fastest access to John, right? I don't know. If I had the thought, then it probably has passed the thought process of a juror at some point. I mean, I don't see that not happening. But it just is another little bit of doubt, little bit of unsurety, little bit of, right, someone else could have done this energy into the case. Not guilty. Not that she's innocent.
That's the only reasonable explanation.
But not guilty.
And the only way she would know that they were fine is if she knew what happened.
She could be innocent. She could be guilty.
But Michael Proctor never explored this incredibly suspicious behavior.
Not guilty.
Don't you have questions?
That don't have answers?
Reasonable doubt. And don't you have questions also about Brian Higgins? Michael Proctor certainly didn't. Higgins had been sending flirtatious and romantic texts to John's girlfriend, Karen Reed.
Cringe.
You'll remember I asked Sergeant Buchanan a simple question. Were those texts flirtatious in nature? He refused to answer that simple question. Do you remember that? Quote, "I'm not comfortable putting a label on that," end quote. We read the texts. It's not a secret. Of course they were flirtatious. Of course they were romantic in nature.
Yeah,
the reason he refused to answer that simple question is telling. It's because these flirtatious texts establish a motive for Brian Higgins. Sergeant Buchanan could not bring himself to tell the truth. His bias was on full display. He was covering for another cop. Investigators also ignored Higgins' suspicious late-night visit to the Canton Police Department. That was after a night of drinking, by the way. Why didn't they investigate this? What was so important that Higgins needed to go to the police station at that time, 1:30 in the morning, while drunk, by the way?
During a blizzard.
Why weren't they interested in those facts?
Drunk. Definitely had been drinking. I don't know about drunk. I don't like that he labeled Brian Higgins drunk while fighting against labeling Karen Reed drunk. They both had been out drinking, so I don't like that. But he was out drinking, and he's randomly in the station in his office at 1:30 in the morning during a blizzard, to move a singular car. It's like, whoa, what? Homie.
Remember, he's an ATF agent. He's a cop.
Agent in Kansas,
a member of the Blue Wall.
1:30 in the morning.
And best friends with
during
Brian
a blizzard. After a night drinking.
He would know that the CPD would be the first to get the call when someone reported John missing or injured. He would know what to look for, what to listen for, to determine if a report had been made and when and what the response was going to be. You saw the skulking through the hallways with his hood up,
The skulking.
moving bags between cars, and of course, that late night mysterious phone call on his cell phone, a phone that you don't have and that you'll never see. All of that, and Michael Proctor never gave him a second look. All of that, and the Commonwealth, who's supposed to be after the truth, didn't call him to the stand. If you have any unanswered questions about Brian Higgins, that's reasonable doubt. The police didn't interview Brian Higgins on January 29th, 2022, but he was at the police station, as we've just seen. You heard evidence that Higgins and Chief of Police Kenny Berkowitz, also good friends, were in the Sallyport together with the SUV for a, quote, wildly long time. Kelly Dever, another Boston cop, told you that. She also told law enforcement agents that she found it, quote, weird that Higgins could have access to that very sensitive evidence, the SUV. Folks, there is never a situation in which a witness, a potential suspect even, should be given access to the evidence in a case. But that's exactly what happened here. Higgins was given unfettered access to that SUV and its taillight nearly immediately, according to Kelly Dever's statement to law enforcement. And it was at that exact time, the exact moments that Higgins would be in that Sallyport, that the 42 minutes of the Sallyport video is just missing. It's just gone, vanished. Well, that's convenient. Now put in context the condition of that taillight when it was actually seized in Dighton. It was cracked, but not completely damaged. I ask you to compare and contrast Officer Kelly Dever, her attitude, her demeanor. That's all for you to judge. Her attitude, her demeanor, her truthfulness, her motives from the witness stand. Compare and contrast that to Sergeant Nick Barrows. Who's more believable? Officer Barrows is unattached to any of the players in this grand play directed by Michael Proctor. He's truly independent. And what did he tell you? Was the taillight, he was asked, was the taillight in this condition when Michael Proctor picked up that SUV at 412? His answer? Absolutely not. Absolutely not. It was cracked, but not completely damaged, not smashed out like that. So how did the taillight get cracked? How did it end up in the condition where it was cracked, as Officer Barrows saw it, but not completely damaged? Well, you don't have to guess. There's a video.
Yes, I just saw that come through. That's what I was doing over here at the side, is seeing why the jurors why the attorneys were back in the courtroom. So but be careful, Raylene. If we're doing stuff in the past, no spoilers. I know this isn't really a spoiler. But if it was like the verdict or something, like no spoilers. But yeah, so the jurors are going home for the day. Um and they are they're going home. Sorry, there's like so many things happening. The jurors are going home for the day. So they will be back Monday. Unenthused jury wouldn't be me. They'll be back Monday to start back at deliberations. So this may take longer than expected. But yes, so last trial. Sorry, Jackson, you look like you are looking at something very excitedly. There was last trial. It took a couple of days. We heard that there were some folks who saw things in very different ways than other folks, and they have to communicate. And also, reminder, there are 18 jurors and 12 deliberate. So there are 6 jurors who still cannot talk about this case, even with anyone in the room. So the 12 deliberate, the 6 go somewhere else, and they cannot talk about anything until the case is completely over, or if one of them is needed because a deliberating juror gets removed for some reason. But yeah, the jury wanted to go home. So very interesting. Let's get back to this.
Just watch.
No spoilers.
That's how it got cracked. And Judson Welcher's own recreation confirms it. Look at the contact. That's from the Commonwealth's expert. And that further.
But also, to be fair, Massachusetts weather is very similar, runny, Raylene, to like our weather. And it's like a cool, breezy, sunny day. They're probably like, I don't want to be in this room right now. They probably want to go home and take a weekend and think for themselves. And like, I kind of see, like, I want to be done. Like, I don't like these people. I want to be done. I don't want any more crappy food. I don't want to do this. Maybe they had an argument and they're like, I'm done. Like, I just want to be, I'm just take the weekend. I'm done with you and your bootlicking ways type, I don't know. I don't know what happened. Anything could have happened in the deliberation room. I told Raylene, I said, I don't know, maybe they want to milk a couple more free meals out of it. I don't know. But maybe someone has something, like maybe something came up, they got invited to something and something. So there's a lot of reasons why the jury could be like, I want to be done. I think the weather might have something to do with it, because it's like cool, sunny, breezy, perfect way to start the weekend, which is also going to be rainy again. So you get some of that still left in the day. I don't know. But I would be pissed. I'd be like, no, let's get this done now so we don't have to come back Monday. I'd want to be done. I'd want to be out. I want to be done.
Further is confirmed by the fact that there were no taillight pieces found in any of the initial searches conducted at the scene. 2 searches, 50-foot area searched. Not a single fragment was found until after Michael Proctor had access to and control of that SUV and its taillight. What does that say about the character and quality of this case? It's revealing what happened here at trial. One of the most dramatic moments probably of the trial, Kelly Dever. How can you trust this investigation when you saw how far a police officer will go? You had a front row seat to the power of police manipulation and police corruption, a front row seat. Kelly Dever was interviewed by a separate law enforcement agency, not a friendly department, not Boston Police Department, not Michael Proctor's MSP, a different independent agency. She told those law enforcement agents in a formal interview that she saw Brian Higgins and Chief Kenneth Berkowitz alone in the Sallyport with the SUV. She was detailed, she was clear, she was unequivocal, she remembered the specifics, she recalled how it made her feel, quote, weird. She recalled that how long Higgins spent, a quote, wildly long time, as she described. These are all incredible details to tell law enforcement. She couldn't have been clearer, she couldn't have been more specific. But then she's put on a witness list and she's subpoenaed by the defense. Oh boy. Then this rookie cop was called up to the police commissioner's office, the same commissioner that was the boss of Brian Albert. They have a meeting, a private meeting, and he says, wink, wink, nod, nod, we support you, Officer Dever. What else was said in that meeting? What else is reasonable to believe was said in that meeting? She claimed she couldn't remember. She claimed not to remember if he instructed her to do the right thing.
Do the right thing.
But the commissioner of the Boston Police Department certainly said something to this rookie cop, and all of a sudden, that detailed, unambiguous, unequivocal statement to law enforcement became, what did she say? A false memory. Not I didn't say it. She admitted she said it. She admitted she detailed the entire story. She just said, it's a false memory. What?
I'd be losing my shit.
So she's called to the commissioner's office to make sure that she would do the right thing. That's why she was called. And now we know what that means. In her words, My entire career depends on what I say here on the stand. I'll quote that again. Quote, my entire career depends on what I say here on the stand.
Yep.
You
Yeah.
bet it does. That's how it works.
You bet it does.
That's how we got here.
I wish he purposely said her name wrong.
At the end of the day, you have to ask yourself, can you trust the Commonwealth's case? Can you trust their witnesses? Can you trust their evidence?
No.
And here are a few of the highlights.
You
A
can
video
trust that they
was played in
tried.
a courtroom and sold as accurate. Turns out it was completely inverted,
Ah, yeah.
flipped backward,
Yeah.
completely false. The test that formed the basis of their entire theory of the case.
Not
Watch closely.
not the paint. Not the cosplaying with the paint. Ah, it's so frustrating. This man, all the way to the hat, cosplayed as John O'Keefe to do a test. A test with paint. And then said, see? Paint marks. John had marks on his arm too.
As Dr. Welcher stands as a surrogate.
And he leans into it. Look at him. Look at him.
Is that a righteous test? Or is that a manipulation? Dr. Welcher tried to deceive and fool you by leaning into the car, manipulating the results of his own test.
Yep.
When the truth was revealed by
He did.
Dr. Rentschler, the Commonwealth spent the next hour cross-examining him about how that test was meaningless. It actually didn't mean anything. Well, that's convenient now that we realize that it was a manipulated test, and it actually does mean nothing. It didn't represent the theory of the Commonwealth's case. That's what was suggested. That test does not represent the theory of the Commonwealth's case. Really? Then why was Dr. Welcher playing dress up in John O'Keefe's clothes, or identical clothes to John O'Keefe, when he was holding a glass? Why was he holding the glass right behind the vehicle? And why was he standing with his right arm oriented to the right rear taillight if he wasn't trying to recreate the circumstance that is the Commonwealth's entire theory? The Commonwealth stood up here with a straight face and told you they weren't trying to suggest that that's how John was hit by the car. Of course they were trying to suggest that's their theory of the case.
Like literally, then why
They only
do it?
abandoned it 2 days ago when it was revealed by our experts that it's physically impossible. That silent witness, that science, that physics has become very pesky to the
So
Commonwealth
leaned into it.
because
He shifted everything.
there was no collision.
No collision.
Dr. Welcher also told you under
There's
oath
issue going
that there were no
on.
x-rays taken of John's arm. He tried to deceive you into believing that John's arm might have been broken. I don't know. I didn't see any x-rays, so I can't tell you what the damage was inside the arm. Really?
Like, that's
The
crazy.
Commonwealth has had those x-rays in their possession for 3 years.
Yep.
And again, it took the defense to bring out the truth. The x-rays do not fit the Commonwealth's theory, so you weren't shown. And Dr. Welcher wasn't going to admit it.
No broken
And
fingers.
my goodness,
No dislocated shoulder.
then we get to the sweatshirt. That was a moment. Mr. Brennan
It was a moment.
stood here in front of
Jackson.
you and dramatically held up John's sweatshirt. Not just to the witness, but to you.
I'm like, look at all these holes.
And asked
Look at all
Dr.
these
Wolf about it
holes.
multiple times.
On the backside.
Specifically, while it was in that plexiglass, asked Dr. Wolf about the multiple holes in the back of the sweatshirt.
Yep.
He interrupted Dr. Wolf, and Dr. Wolf started to look at the sweatshirt and say, well, and he said, how about here? Here's a hole, here's a hole, here's a hole, here's a hole. Dramatically
You hit a hole,
tapping on
you
that
hit a hole.
plexiglass. It
Yeah.
was clear what the suggestion was,
It's from
that the holes in the back of John's sweatshirt were from January 29th. That's the impression that was expected to be left with you. That's the impression that he wanted to leave with you. And that's false. The truth is, the Commonwealth created those holes. They aren't holes from road rash. They weren't made on January 29th. Those are cuttings from the Commonwealth's own crime lab, folks.
Right.
That's what those holes are.
So when he refers to these things as the Commonwealth, it is because they are the Commonwealth. The cops, so the Canton PD, the state troopers, the crime lab, the expert witnesses, that is all the Commonwealth. Every little piece of plastic, glass, straw, garbage, trash that Proctor picked up, put in an evidence bag, signed, and sent over to someone eventually, that belongs to the Commonwealth. Anything that is a part of the what happened now that someone has died type of energy, like that side of the case, that all belongs to the Commonwealth. That is all the Commonwealth. That's all of them. The Commonwealth does not just include the district attorney's office. It includes the troopers, the police officers, the investigators, the this, the that's, the science, the gluing things together, taping things together, fitting things together, organizing the testings, the DNAs, all the crime labs. That's all the Commonwealth. And so he's making it clear to the jury that all of these people either did bad or were given bad. And so their end result is going to be bad and wrong because garbage in, garbage out energy. That made me choke on my chicken tender.
And even with 3 prosecutors, all 3 of them, sitting right there in the room at the time, it had to be the defense to correct that record, to bring out the truth. If we hadn't done that, what impression would you folks have been left with?
Right. And the truth does not support their narrative.
That's more than
is what he's telling them.
Negligence. That's dangerous. It's dangerous.
Yeah, Brennan really messed up.
I'm going to guess that Mr. Brennan's
another reason why he did not call Welcher as a rebuttal witness, because he would have got raked over the coals if he came back, allowing the defense to be like, so let's talk about the holes on the back of the sweatshirt.
He's not going to say much about this, about the fraud that was attempted on you. And if he doesn't, that speaks louder than any concocted excuse that the Commonwealth might come up with.
Challenge him.
It's shameful.
Challenge Brennan.
Shameful. We are after the truth in this courtroom.
Yeah.
You're entitled to it. Demand it. Why would the Commonwealth stoop to a stunt like that? It's desperation. They know what you now know, what their experts know. There was no collision. So now we've reached the final moments of the trial, and you've seen the facts and you've seen the evidence, and we've just talked about dozens and dozens and dozens of facts that are reasonable doubt. Each one of them are reasonable doubts. These facts, these note cards that you're looking at, piled high, one on top of another, literally stacks and stacks of them covering the table. As you mentally sift through those cards, realize that every one of them is a massive hole in the Commonwealth's case. Every single one of the note cards represents a hole in the Commonwealth's case. If you're holding mentally even one of those cards, you're holding reasonable doubt, folks. You're holding a not guilty verdict. Reasonable doubt is not a sliding scale. It's a wall. If the Commonwealth cannot get over every one of these dozens of walls, you have to acquit Karen Reed. The truth is, Karen Reed is not guilty.
Period.
Not because of technicalities, but because the facts, the law, the science, the physics, the data, they all say so. They demand it. The Commonwealth does not have a theory about how John was hit by the car. They haven't even shown you that it's possible that he was hit by a car. And the reason they haven't is because it's not possible that he was hit by a car. There was no collision. Your job is not to do their job, their burden entirely. It's theirs. They have to prove this case and their theory beyond all reasonable doubt and to a moral certainty. And not only do they not have a theory, they can't prove one that doesn't exist.
Walk away.
All you need to know is that the Commonwealth failed. They failed to provide you with a truthful representation.
Mm-hmm.
They failed to prove the essence of their case, that John was even hit by a car to begin with. They failed to prove any intent on the part of Karen Reed because she has none. They failed to investigate the actual suspects in this case. They failed to present the lead investigator to you. They failed to justify the perjured testimony that you heard discussed in this case. They failed to hold accountable an officer who came in here and lied to you and claimed false memories so she could do the right thing to cover for a fellow cop or cops. They failed to maintain a fair and unbiased and honest investigation. They failed to present you with the truth. And this is what you get. An investigation that's riddled with errors and omissions and a rush to judgment and conflicted and corrupted from the start. Every part of it. That is the literal definition of reasonable doubt. How can they ask you to be morally certain based on this evidence? It's a tragedy. When the government fails so completely, so catastrophically, when there are dozens and dozens of points of reasonable doubt on the table, your duty, your oath is clear. Your sworn obligation under the law is to acquit Karen Reed, not just because you can, because you must. Justice demands it. Do not let the Commonwealth get away with this. Don't let them get away with this. Do not endorse and sanction an investigation that is broken and corrupted top to bottom. But just as importantly, do not let Michael Proctor get away with it. And make no mistake about it, folks. If you convict Karen Reed of anything, if you convict her of anything, science, the physics, the data, they lose. But tragically, Michael Proctor wins. Remember his texts. Something stinks. Yeah, but serious charges will be brought on the girl. She's fucked.
Mic drop.
Could you ever say to yourself, this is justice? The fact is, there was no collision. A car did not kill John O'Keefe. So I ask you, let your voice be heard, not in whispers, but in truth. Let the community feel through your verdict that justice cannot be bent and that it will not be buried. Find Karen Reed not guilty, not guilty, not guilty. Thank you.
From the beginning, they were proving this. So from the beginning, from the beginning, the defense has been going above and beyond by not just with their questions, showing that the Commonwealth has holes in their theory. They were they were adding some burden to themselves with little bits of evidence that point to other options of cause, right? So they were going above and beyond their duties as a defense team, as someone defending a defendant in a trial for murder. They were going above and beyond, and they did throughout the entire case. They met every single witness, and they stood there and they said, "Are you sure? Because what about this? Whatever this is," they were there with it, right? They were there with it, and they said, "You sure about that? You sure about that?" And that is exceptional work from a team, from a defense attorney, from multiple defense attorneys. But I think throughout the trial, Brennan, I'm going to take this out of my ear, Brennan sort of allowed them and continue to encourage them to take some of the burden of proving someone else did it then, which is not their job. The defense does not need to prove anyone did it. They don't need to say, well, it wasn't Karen because it was this, and here's the proof, here's the evidence. They don't need to do that. The burden of proof is on the Commonwealth, but because these defenders are so good at their jobs, they were able to sort of add some like burden of all of these other things, like the Bowden defense, like the bad policing, showing that all their people had really fantastic motives as well, right? This is possible because of timing, because of science, because of yes. What we're gonna do now is, now that the internet then it was doing really well. We didn't have an issue for like the majority of the entire closing from Jackson. We're gonna take a little break, and then we're gonna watch Brennan, and then we're gonna probably chit chat for a little bit, and then we'll call it a day. And then jury is going home. Monday afternoon, I might pop on and just be like, hey, where are we if we don't have a verdict? If there was a question or something like that, et cetera, et cetera. Or we could, I don't know, watch some body cams or something like that. But yeah, and then maybe Sunday, maybe I'll do something Sunday as well. But we're not done. I'm not leaving. We're just going to take a little break. Break time. Be back in, let's say, 15. Anywhere between 10 and 15 minutes. And then we're going to start closing our... Try changing it a bit. Be back in 10 to 15 minutes. Did that go through YouTube? Okay. We'll be back. So we're gonna take a little break, and then we're gonna listen to Brennan's closing arguments. We're gonna put that on at least 1.3 speed, just because I want to get through it. We all know what Brennan's gonna say. Brennan's been talking the most throughout this entire trial out of everyone. So we all know what he's going to say, but we'll talk about it afterwards. How are we feeling? Before I go real fast, how are we feeling? Actually, on the break, if you want to tell the jurors how you're feeling, throw it in the chat, and I'll just scroll back and we'll talk about it before we do Brennan. If you don't want to share your feelings, that's fine too. So let's take a little break. We'll be back in a few minutes. Do you want BRB or starting soon? We'll do starting. Hello, we're back. We're back. All right, let's just jump right on in. Brennan pops right up. Oops, not sleep timer. Silly goose. All right, so here is Brennan for the Commonwealth giving us his closing arguments. Ugh, Brennan, I know, Ray, I know. I put it up to 1.3. 1, Brennan, we all know how he speaks. 2, let's just do it. I, it's not that I dislike Brennan. I'm sure that he's probably a fine human. But I do not think that he did a good job. Sorry. Don't think he did a good enough job. And that is crazy, Ray. That is absolutely crazy. I'm going to listen and not watch. He looks like the weasel from Ice Age is wild. So yeah, so we have Brennan for the Commonwealth to get the jury back on his side and say, don't even listen to the defense. So we gave you all of the truths, undeniable facts. Let's see what he's got.
John O'Keefe was 46 years old. 46 years old. He spent his life helping people. He's described as a good man, kind, generous, thoughtful. He was a Boston police officer. He worked to help the community. Everything you've heard about this man, he was a good man. He helped people. When his niece and nephew had nobody, he took them in. He took them in. John O'Keefe seemed to be the type of person who would help anybody at any time. And on January 29th, 2022, John O'Keefe needed some help. He needed help from somebody else. You see, John O'Keefe had just been hit by Karen Reed in front of 34 Fairview Road, and he lay on the ground dying, and he needed help. Someone to reach out a hand, someone to knock on a door, someone to make a phone call to 911, even anonymously. Not take responsibility, just to help. And there was only one person in this entire planet who could help him that morning, to give him a chance. Maybe it was a 33% chance if he met the Isaac Wolf of the world, but to give him a chance. And that one person who could help him that morning was this defendant right here, Karen Reed. And she made a decision. In her Lexus with the shattered taillight, debris field all over the front yard, and John O'Keefe lying helpless like a child on the front yard. She made a choice. She didn't call 911. She didn't run to his aid. She didn't knock on a door. She made a decision about herself.
Sorry, my internet dropped down. So it might just be better to listen.
In her Lexus, she drove away. She was drunk. She hit him, and she left him to die. She was drunk. She hit him, and she left him to die. Before I go through and detail the evidence, let's talk a little bit about the evidence as a whole. She was drunk. She was drinking that night. She was drinking McCarthy's with John. She was drinking at the waterfall.
Everyone
Her blood
was.
was taken. The samples of a retrograde analysis, almost 2 to 3 times the legal limit. She was drunk. She hit him. The timeline in this case is beyond dispute. You can accuse, assault, characterize, malign, twist. The timeline doesn't change. It is data. Data is data. The black box, the forensics from the SD card, we know exactly step by step where they were. We know in that window, she hits him because he never moves again. His healthcare data. The temperature on the battery of the cell phone.
It's not healthcare data, Brennan. It's Apple Health. They are so different. Healthcare data, you are telling the jury that you have his No, 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 no. Healthcare data, completely different. Healthcare data, healthcare, healthcare. You know, every time you've gone to the doctors into your entire life, your folders, your files, your documents. Apple Health. He has an iPhone. It's Apple Health data. Brennan, come on, get it right. Brennan. And he's going to say it a bunch of more times. And it's so annoying. Alisi, it's Alessi. Get it right, Brennan. You're getting paid to get it right.
Phone. The physical evidence, the debris field, the DNA, the hair. And then she left him to die.
Hashtag bring back Lally.
He had a basal skull fracture, counter coup. We heard all about it when the back of your head hits the ground and the brain comes forward. Dr. Wolf told us the reason why they have level 1 trauma centers around the country is because people can survive this injury if they get help. That's why they have this care. That's why they have these hospitals. But you got to get help. You got to get help. And if you don't, you develop symptoms, ecchymosis, raccoon eyes, your brain swells, and you die. She was drunk. And that night was a recipe for disaster. But before we get to the drinking, in some ways, the fate of this night was sealed well before that night because John O'Keefe and Karen Reed were in a toxic relationship. This relationship was crumbling. We hear lovey-dovey, and it was crumbling, and we know it. And we know it because a month before, his niece Kaylee talks about when they went to Aruba. It should have been a wonderful event. It was discord. It was fighting. It was aggravation. And when they got back, the discontent was palpable. Miss Reed reaches out to Brian Higgins, text messaging. John O'Keefe, the relationship is crumbling. And you heard a little bit about what that relationship was like. Kaylee, his niece, told you, when there was an argument, John would do what John does. He would walk away. She described to you one time to get away from the scene. He walked into his bedroom, but the defendant wouldn't let it go, pounding on his door, having to get the last word, never letting go of the fight. Kind of mirrors what happens on January 29, 2022. And maybe outward appearance, they got along. Maybe sometimes quietly they got along. But behind closed doors, relationships have up and downs. We have a bird's eye view into the relationship on January 28, 2022, because we have the text messages. Not so lovey-dovey. The relationship is almost over. The tensions are simmering beneath the surface.
Okay.
They are not getting along. She believes Mr. Keefe is already halfway out of the relationship and he's not into it anymore. You will read them, you saw them. This relationship was unstable and at its end.
Yeah,
And
she
so
wanted
fast
answers.
forward that night. That night,
And she wanted answers. If you're out, you're out. Tell me now. Don't waste my time. If you're out, you're out. If you're out, you're out. She wanted answers.
after this discord, after the arguing, they go out and what do? They drink. And they drink a lot. So he drinks a lot, and Karen Reed drinks a lot. You've seen the McCarthy videos. You can call it 6, 7, 8, whatever you want to call it. You can see the shots into the mixed drinks, more shots into mixed drinks. Count them yourself. Over a half dozen mixed drinks in just a few hours. Sober. And then at the waterfall, a shot, a mixed drink. Now, it was brought up at the waterfall that there was some type of discord between Brian Higgins and John O'Keefe. They knew each other. They were friends. Brian Higgins' conduct of speaking to Karen Reed is not honorable. It's not. But they were friendly. There was no adversarial relationship. There was no anger between them. What we heard is they barely greeted each other. Can we have slide one, please? At the waterfall bar, when you see John O'Keefe come in, here's him barely greeting him.
But immediately you can see the difference between preparation with Alan Jackson and Brennan. You can immediately see the difference. Jackson didn't move. Jackson had page after page after page, story from beginning to end of the case, of the trial, not of the events, of the trial. You heard this, and then you heard this, then you heard this, and then you heard this, and then you heard this, and now we're here today, and you know you cannot find her guilty. Brennan, she was drunk. Before we get into that, let's go into this. But before we get into that, let's go into this. But before we get into that, the storytelling is sloppy. It's sloppy compared to Jackson. Compared to Jackson, it's sloppy already. We're what, like 2 minutes in, already sloppy,
That's him, Mr. Higgins. Barely breathing.
disjointed.
Reality sometimes is different than argument. This is a celebratory mood. Take that down, please. Celebratory mood. A bunch of friends. They're playing around. They're hugging. They're grappling. This is a fighting technique for a murder 2 hours later. Is that the story? They're practicing their moves to murder John O'Keefe. In the celebratory mood, you don't see any aggravation. Or
Yeah,
animus between-
it's super normal for two grown men to rub their butts and fronts up against each other. They're celebrating. They're celebrating. They're just at a funeral. They're celebrating. They're back in town. They're celebrating. Celebratory. Celebrating by rubbing all up on each other. Celebrating what? What are they celebrating? What's celebratory about this?
Brian Higgins and John O'Keefe. Inevitably, the next morning, Karen Reed is brought to the hospital and they take her blood. Now, the government doesn't have to prove that she was drunk. It is either that she's over the legal limit, 0.08, or she had enough alcohol to affect her ability to operate a motor vehicle safely, but you will know that she was far beyond the legal limit. After the
You gotta
retrograde
prove something,
analysis,
Brennan.
almost 2 to 3 times the legal limit. Almost 2 to 3 times the legal limit. Now, it's been intimated, not come out and said, that maybe she went home and started drinking after she got home. No evidence, mind you, no evidence. And that somehow that is why she had a high blood alcohol level. It's not appropriate for me to comment on the credibility of another attorney's argument, so I won't do that.
Oh,
But
Brennan.
Karen Reed will do that for her. So if we listen to slide 2, she'll tell you exactly what she thinks about that claim.
My alcohol intake's probably about 5 or 6 or 4. The drinks that they reportedly at McCarthy's, which is where I consumed most of the alcohol, was the weakest black tonic. It tasted just like old soda water with lime.
Slide 3, please.
I wouldn't have gotten on the expressway. I wouldn't have gotten on the expressway at 12:15. And it was quiet, the roads were very quiet, you can see on the videos. And I was going, when I had to drinks, I drive, it was very extra slow. And go my alerts aren't sharp as they should be. But I shouldn't have been driving.
Thank you. Do you think she drank when she got home?
Don't ask questions you
When
don't
they
want the
leave
jury to
Waterfall
answer.
Bar at 12:12, you see a video, you have it in evidence, there's a still photo of John O'Keefe holding a glass. Not from the Albert's home. He didn't sneak into the house in the cupboards and grab a glass. From the waterfall, you see him with a glass, and in it is a straw. Take a look at that picture. And now from 12:12 on, we virtually have a historian in the
See, this is my problem with Brennan. You see him with the glass, okay, but explain the non-matching glass from the bumper. You're not gonna. You can't. So don't start something you can't finish, Brennan.
and the data that tells us exactly where he went, exactly step by step where he went. And how do we have that? Well, we know the defendant's
He's not
car
gonna
had
do
a
that.
black box.
You know that,
It was
right?
Judd Welcher, Dr. Judd Welcher. Judd Welcher took the data from the black box and downloaded it so you can see the movements and the triggering events. And then Shannon Burgess, well, if you don't like what he says, don't attack the data or attack the man. He can be mocked for his LinkedIn profile or his unupdated CV. But what he did is he found a key critical piece of this case that did not exist before. He found it recently. And it was that SD card, the SD card that everybody missed, including the defense expert. Everybody missed it. So as much as you want to make fun of him, Shannon Welcher found the key so that we could have the time and date and location coordinated for an impenetrable timeline that can't be broken. That's what Shannon Burgess did.
No one's making fun of Shannon Burgess. We're making fun of you utilizing Shannon Burgess in the way that you did. Now, unfortunately, we're not making fun of Shannon Burgess. I'm sure there's places on the internet that are. We are not. We are just saying, wow, you didn't do your research, Brennan and the district attorney's office, you let things fall through the cracks. You let all of this just get handed to the defense on a silver platter. And sure, he found an SD card. Now it comes down to him utilizing the data, as you call Brennan, properly and correctly. Did Burgess do that? According to Arca, or Arca, not Arca, the other guy, the not Arca guy. No. 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 Cool. He found an SD card. SD card or not, it's about the data and how it was utilized and how it was formulated and scienced and sorted out and used and mathed. And it wasn't correct. It did not help to narrow down anything. The variables in the science was not done properly in any fathomable, followable way. So that's what we're making fun of. Well, that's what we're making fun of. When I say we, I mean us watching, currently existing, you know, our little space on the internet, our little corner here. Others sure are probably making fun of Shannon Burgess. Welcome to the internet.
And so we know
Vader.
on the way from the waterfall to 34 Fairview, Ms. Reed is driving drunk. Mr. O'Keefe is in the passenger side of the car, and they're heading their way to 34 Fairview, and they get lost. And now we have more data because John O'Keefe has a cell phone. And I said it at the beginning, it is a historian. It doesn't suffer from bias. It doesn't suffer from prejudice. It doesn't suffer from memory loss. It has data on it. And he puts on Waze, high location data, as Ian Whiff would say. And it tells you second by second the speed, the location, the movement. That's what it does. And he has healthcare data on that phone. The healthcare data separately shows his movement. And that is critical. It is critical because it not only shows his movement, it shows when he does not move. That healthcare data is critical. And it's not subject to bias.
Phone doesn't move.
Dispute. There's no other contrary evidence. It is data. On the way to 34 Fairview, alcohol fuels tension. We know that. And we know from those text messages the tension in that relationship. And then there's a trigger. There is a trigger on the way because they're lost. And when John O'Keefe calls Jen McCabe for directions, Jen McCabe says something that triggers what's going to happen next. Okay, slide 4, please.
I don't think Jen McCabe bringing up an ex-girlfriend triggered Aaron to murder John.
In fact, when Jen was navigating John
Hearts.
to the hours when I was driving, she said it's near Ashley's house. Ashley and John hooked up prior to John and I dating.
And so as they travel through 34 Fairview, under the duress of this crumbling relationship, fueled by intoxication, we have triggers. Now, we know on their way there, we know from the data, where they went, how they moved. If we look at slide 5, Ian Whiffen showed you a guide. You could enlarge that a little, please. And it shows you with the healthcare data, it registers as flights climb, but it doesn't mean someone's climbing upstairs. What it means is there's an elevation, and he breaks down the data, the red, the green, if you can move down, who's going. And then the bottom left, that's 34 Fairview. You can see second by second the circles of their route, even the 3-point turn on Cedar Crest. That's what you see. At that point, they've left the bar. Remember, the battery temperature was 82 degrees. They're now in a car. It's now 77 degrees. Think about how accurate the battery temperature is, that it reflects the difference between being in a bar and being in a car. They take a 3-point turn. And because of Shannon Burgess and because of Judd Welcher, we have the data, and it's a triggering event. Remember, if there's an acceleration past 30%, it registers data on the car, and that's exactly what happens. It's a 3-point turn, and it all lines up with the cell phone after you synchronize the times. It's that simple. It's nothing complicated. There's nothing tricky. There's nothing devious about it. It's data. They do the 3-point turn, and you can match the cell phone clock with the Lexus clock, and when you do, you can reconcile the difference. There's been a lot of talk, a lot of argument, a lot of fights. Shannon Burgess says 21 to 29 seconds. Mr. DeSorter comes in. Unfortunately, he wasn't able to actually do anything. He wasn't given the invitation to test the data. He just looked at the report and made criticisms like a Monday morning quarterback. But even he, looking at the data, says, well, it's 3 seconds off or 2 seconds. Same window, same time. We can have all the arguments we want.
So, Brennan, do you not put any weight on peer-reviewed products, articles, documents? Because it's just peer-reviewed. It's just reviewed by someone. Like, they didn't do anything. They didn't do any of the tests. They just reviewed it. Brennan, careful.
They're there, they're together, the data matches up perfectly. And so they make their way down to 34 Fairview Road. They don't stop. They don't stop at the driveway. They don't stop. And John O'Keefe gets out of the car. They go to the flagpole, and we know for two reasons. One, the data. And secondly, Mr. Nagel and Ms. Mason at Cedar Crest, at that intersection before it goes down to the right, they meet. They let Karen Reed go first.
That's
They follow
very
behind in the
interesting.
car. Now, at this point,
And that could go two ways.
Mr. O'Keefe has
That could be jurors yawning because they don't even need to hear it. Because they just, they believe Brennan, they believe the Commonwealth. It's like, all right, I get it. We're here. Yeah, just let us sort this out. Or, oh my God, this guy again? Oh my God, I can't believe we're so to listen to this guy talk. He didn't prove anything. Could go a couple of different ways. Sidebar.
has about 8 more minutes before the beginning of the end of his life. And he's in that car. He's in that car for most of it. Because Miss Mason and Mr. Nagel don't see anybody get out of the truck. Nobody crosses the lawn. Nobody goes to a garage. Not just because they didn't see it. They didn't. Not because they didn't see it. Because the healthcare data on the phone shows that John O'Keefe is not moving. The car is stopped at the flagpole. The healthcare data stops. The battery stays at 77 degrees. The data is the data. You can't change it as much as you want to. It's data. And they sit at that flagpole for minutes. It's 12, 24, 33 when they get there. They're there past 12:30. Remember, Ms. Mason and Ms. Nagel said they're there about 5 minutes and then they go. It's not exact, but about 5 minutes, they said. So there's about 2 minutes left for John O'Keefe. And what are they doing in those 2 minutes? What are the last 2 minutes of his life that he can remember that would be open to him? They're arguing. They're arguing. They're arguing. And we know they're arguing because Ms. Reed tells us through first responder Becker. She was sad. Remember, he sees her in the back of the ambulance and he's trying to calm her down. She was sad because her last moments were arguing. They're in an argument. That's why they're not going in the house. But John O'Keefe decides to get out of the car. And we know because the dome light goes on. That's what happens when you open a door. Whether he's bent down, he's standing outside, or on the other side, the dome light is on.
I mean, you could also turn
And
it
then
on.
you see the data. John O'Keefe begins to move. 12:31:56.
Okay.
It's the
ready to
first
go.
time he has moved since they got to the flagpole, and it will be the last time he moves in his life. And he moves for 20 seconds. Ian Whiffen said that the satellites, they move, they reconnect, they pull information. He's no longer on high frequency data because waves are shut off. Now it's more random, it's low frequency. We would never suggest, and Mr. Whiffen did not claim, based on location data alone at that point, you can tell exactly what John O'Keefe is. What he said is it was readings all night. The bullet is always near the flagpole. That doesn't mean he's always near the flagpole. He could have moved. He could have moved in the circles, come back. Location data is consistent with him never leaving the flagpole. But that in itself is not enough. But there's more. There is more. There is the healthcare data.
There's more.
There is the temperature of the cell phone battery. And so he moves for 20 seconds. It turns west. It does not say he walks to the house. That's not what the data says. It doesn't say that he goes straight line and he walks over to the door. In fact,
Brendan, where are you going?
75 feet. Could he get there? Because when the investigator for the defense testified, he measures from the driveway. He never stopped at the driveway. He never measures from the flagpole. He never measures from the flagpole to the garage door. So this fantasy that somehow he walked in the garage, even though there's no evidence, there's no witness, there's no data. 20 seconds of his life, and he moves. And healthcare data registers his steps. It could be pacing. It could be a straight line. It could be shaking the phone. We don't know. We don't know. We don't know everything. We don't know every little detail and every little second. We don't have to. That's not doubt. That's not reasonable doubt.
You see how his team, she's looking at him. They're not. Their backs are literally turned to the jury. Why could they not just turn their chairs around and watch Brennan for 75 minutes?
We know for that 20 seconds he's moving. And in that 20-second window, when he moves, he has his phone and he looks down, 12:32:09, he sees a text message from his friend, John McCabe. And he looks at the text message and he closes it. And then it happens. We know from the uncontroverted data from that black box, we know that Karen Reed after he gets out of the car, drives away. She drives for at least 33 feet away from him. He's back near the flagpole. She's gone. It's over. Whatever argument is over. Whatever anger and flame has been dispassioned, she's moved on. He's separate from her. He's safe. And then she makes a decision. That's what this case is about. Then she makes a decision. She could have driven home. She could have broken up with him. They could have talked about it the next day. Or like knocking on the door, like Kaylee said, getting the last word. She doesn't drive away. She takes that 6,000-pound Lexus and she makes a decision. And the decision is that she steps on the gas after banging it into reverse. Before we talk about what happens next, I want to talk to you a little bit about the charges in this case. And I hate to digress, but it's important so we really understand what we're talking about here. I have no authority to talk about the law in this case. The Honorable Judge Cannoni will do that. But I want to talk to you a little bit about the charges. Don't rely on my interpretation of the law. It's the judge who has that special power. But I want to explain to you a couple of things so when you think about what happens next, you can really assess the facts of this case with the charges against Miss Reed. She is charged with second-degree murder. It sounds ominous. It is. It's a serious charge, second-degree murder. When most people think murder, they think shooting or stabbing somebody. It's natural to think that. Second-degree murder is different. It's not first-degree murder. I told you at the beginning of this case, I told you that we were not going to suggest or try to prove that Miss Reed intended to kill John O'Keefe. That was never part of this case. We're not claiming that. I told you that we were not ever going to try to prove that she even intended to hit him. We never suggested we would try to prove that, and we're not trying to prove that she intended to hit him. We're not. What we are obligated to prove and what we have proven from the evidence in this case of second-degree murder is that she intended an act, and that is putting the car into reverse and heading back towards John O'Keefe. She intended that act. The question then becomes,
You know,
did
he's
her
just
conduct
staring at him.
create a clear, plain, strong likelihood of death? Late at night, dark, beginning to snow, under the influence of alcohol, knowing where she stopped and left him after an argument, heading back in reverse to the exact spot or right near where she left him at over 24 miles per hour, accelerating at over 75%. You need to ask yourself, are you convinced if somebody does that create a plain and strong likelihood of death? And if there's no doubt in your mind that she intended to hit that accelerator,
It does give a little gaslight vibe, right? Like, ignore all of those things that make you question everything. Stop questioning things. I'm telling you the truth. I'm telling you the facts. These are facts. Fact. She decided. We're not saying she intended to hit him, but she hit him. I'm not telling you that she wanted him dead, but she was angry enough to make a decision to get him to the point of dying. And if she just called for help, even anonymously, his life could have been saved. Almost guilting the jury. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
in reverse. And if that conduct will create a clear and plain likelihood of death, then she's guilty of that crime. Whatever the label is, she would be guilty of that crime. Now think about this. Let me give you an analogy. If somebody, maybe a teenager, someone young, impulsive, is on a bridge and they see cars going by and they have a boulder and they want to throw the boulder off, they're not looking to hurt anybody. They're not meaning to kill anybody, but they throw the boulder off the bridge because they want to see the car break, the thrill. And when they throw that boulder off the bridge and it comes down and lands on the car and there's somebody, passenger, anybody in that car, and it then goes through the roof and kills the person in the car, did they intend to kill that person? No, they were trying to have a thrill throwing the rock. Did they have the malice to want that person dead? No, they didn't. But that would be an example of second-degree murder. When you take a boulder and throw it off a bridge, there's a plain and strong likelihood of death. When Karen Reed, in the midst of that tension and fight, after she drove away and was gone, disengaged, when she came back for the last word, in the darkness, the beginning of the snow, under the influence of alcohol, and decided to stop her Lexus, decided to put it in reverse, decided to accelerate 75% in the exact same direction of where she left him, and then hit him, and he died. I suggest to you that is second-degree murder. The other charge, operating under the influence of alcohol, manslaughter. It's different. It's a totally different and separate charge. Was she under the influence of alcohol? And then secondly, did she operate her Lexus wantonly and recklessly in a way that would very likely result in serious injury? When you're under the influence of alcohol and you drive a 6,000-pound Lexus in the heat of the moment at the direction of where somebody is, whether you intend to hit them or not, I submit to you that is wanton. It is reckless. And any reasonable person would think it's very likely that serious injury would result. It's not a matter of intending to kill. It's not a matter of intending to hit. It is the conduct of the operation and the risk that is created. And so those two charges are two of the three. The three is leaving the scene, knowingly causing death. And we'll get to that. So now, sadly, we need to get back to 34 Fairview Road where we left. We know from the tech stream data that she drove 33 feet at least, because it only picks up a 10-second window. And when it starts to pick up the data, we know she's driving at a speed. So it's more than 33 feet. We just don't know. And then when she comes back, she covers the 33 feet and 50 more. 80 feet. 80 feet. Over 80 feet. Now, nobody has ever suggested, even Dr. Welcher, when she collided with them. This data doesn't tell you collision. It's a 6,000-pound Lexus. It's a 216-pound man. It's not going to show a blip. It could have been in that 10-second window. It could have been 2 seconds after. It could have been 4 seconds after. But it's in that pocket of time, and we know it. We know it because when you reconcile the data with the phone, that 20 seconds is in the same window of that 10-second window coming back. So even if it's a couple seconds later, 4 seconds later, whatever Mr. DeSorgo wants, he stops moving. John O'Keefe stops moving forever. Forever. That's slide 6, please.
He's not nailing the coffin shut on this case for me. Closing arguments. Nail the coffin shut, right? Everything sorted. The pillow is fluffed. You know, the lid is on. The nails are in place. Just hammer it home. Just continue to hammer it home. Shut. It's sealed. Take it away, jury, right? He's just saying things. He's just saying the things. And he's not backing it up like Jackson did with testimony, with pieces of evidence, with actual actions that happened. The back of the hoodie, the back of the sweatshirt, right? Jackson said he did this. Brennan held this up and said to him, and then the witness said this, and Brennan cut him off, and it's a full trigger memory back to when that happened. If you were watching, if you were a juror sitting there, you remember that moment when Brennan then picked this up and he said to him, what about this? And what about this? And what about this? And he cut him off. And there was a whole thing that full time for not just, oh, when Brennan picked something up and showed someone something. It's like, oh, well, I showed someone this. No, it's remember this very exact vivid moment. Do you remember this? Jackson is giving the jurors. And then you're not, oh, yeah, on like the 17th day of court. No. Remember when this wild, absolutely absurd thing happened? Okay, now let's go back to that moment. Okay, now great. And now we're going to this crazy, wild fucking moment of things that happened. Vivid, powerful moments in trial. Jackson gave back to the jurors. He gave them the remember when this happened. Remember when we asked this question and the witness was like, oh, blah, 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 right? Remember when this wild thing happened? Remember when they couldn't answer the question of, so was he hit by a car? Remember when this odd dude cosplayed as John O'Keefe and put paint on his arm? Do you remember this? Do you remember this? Don't get lost in the flood of truth by the Commonwealth. Don't get swept away by it. Keep asking the questions. And Brennan's just like, yeah, so like we told you, like it happened here, the the phone, like the phone battery. And then, like, he didn't walk in a straight line. I'm gonna walk in a straight line. No, there's no power here. There's no power here, right? There's no attention grabbing, snap you out of whatever you're daydreaming about. You're thinking about dinner, you're thinking about lunch, you just want to be back in bed, you want to go outside and feel the breeze, right? You don't want to be smelling the stank old ass courtroom anymore. You just you're just saying things, powerless things. They may hold some power for some jurors, but to me, it's just all flat. Jackson uses so many tools to keep your attention: words, tone, pacing, the flow. Alexander play, do you remember? Alexander play, do you remember? By Michael Jackson. Alexander.
You'll get to see this more closely, and you can't probably see it where you're sitting, but there's important data. Data doesn't lie. And you will see acceleration, 75%. You will see speed, 24 miles per hour backwards. You will see distance, over 80 feet. That's what you're going to see in this data on that night. Anger, although not necessary.
So Brennan is sitting here and telling the jury 24 miles per hour backwards hit John. Now, we saw an arm that weighed less at 29 miles per hour than John. So this arm, remember, there was a big deal about the arm that ARCA used to run these tests at 29, a couple miles per hour over, right? This arm weighed less than John. It shattered the back windshield. Something that weighs less than John's arm at just a couple miles per hour over. So if you do the math and the weight and the force and all of the things, at 24 miles per hour, John's arm weighing heavier than the arm that ARCA used for their test I would assume have a similar impact with the car. The body ARCA used in the body, the test dummy, also went bonkersly flying and just like disappeared. It was like, I gotta go, bye. Like, it was like a whole thing, right? Just see you later, alligator. I'm out of there. Back of the car, completely shattered. The back windshield disintegrated. But on Karen Reed's SUV, we had a bump and a scuff and a taillight. Also, the location of the taillight damage on ARCA's test was perfect. So gavel, right? You have this side and this side. So there's a curve to it. There's almost an L shape. So there's the side of the car tail light and the direct back of the car tail light. The side of the car tail light, this little curved piece, is what Karen Reed's SUV was damaged. During ARCA, it was the side. So like there's the cut for the door. So the door lifts and this part goes with the door. I should be more prepared to demonstrate things. But this part where the hand was holding a glass was damaged. This other side, not so much. So why was it opposite for Karen Reed's SUV? 6,000-pound SUV, Brennan. So there's questions. There's questions still lingering that don't have answers. And that is not good for Brennan. That's not good for the Commonwealth. That's not good for John's family. That's not good for anything. It is good for Karen. And getting a not guilty verdict does not mean that John O'Keefe does not get justice. It just means that in this moment, it does not come from putting Karen Reed in jail. Justice has to come for John. And I will stand by that forever. John deserves justice. But justice is not putting someone in prison for a very long time because they don't want to try to figure out who actually did it or what actually happened, right? So it's tough. And this is all it's weighing on the jury.
In any of these charges, anger can be inferred. For somebody to come back that hard, that fast, that reckless,
Not hard and fast.
that
Brennan.
obvious, likely to
Chill,
create
bro.
a plain and strong likelihood of death. That data tells a story that can't be changed, can't be attacked. ARCA, they did some crash test dummies. You know what else they do? Text stream data. There's nothing about that data that is uncertain. Nothing. Take that down, please. When Ms. Reed hits John O'Keefe, collides with John O'Keefe. We don't know if he went in the air foot. We don't know if it was how much of a clip it was. We don't know if he stumbled back, but we know there's a collision. There's no doubt there's a collision because her taillight's all over the yard. It's all over the yard. And when he falls back,
keeps side-eyeing
it hits
him.
the back of his head, his basal fracture. He's then lying there helpless. When Miss Reed leaves, she leaves behind tons of her taillight all over the yard.
All I'm saying is that's not the tie choice I would have went with.
Oh, yeah, it's called debris field. And you've seen videos. You can't replicate the exact contact. You can't because you need where the person was hit, how fast the person was going, but you know what happened because when you look at the debris field, when a light is broken, it's no different than what was on the front yard. It's no different. She leaves him behind. She leaves her taillight behind. She goes home. And on her way home, she's still angry. She's still angry because she starts leaving him voicemails. Slide 7, please.
Which is weird, right? That seems weird. So was this a premeditated situation and now she's actively trying to cover herself up, cover it up? Or like what? I don't understand. She's still angry. So she hit him going 24 miles an hour. And she's still mad at him. So much so where she didn't get out of the car. She didn't check and see what's going on, right? She didn't make sure he was okay. This is all going off of Brennan's thought process here. She's so pissed at him. Oh my God. You're such an asshole, right? Get out of the car. Start drive away. Back up into him 24 miles an hour, which is crazy. I mean, I don't know the giddy up, the horsepower on a oversized Lexus SUV, but that's that seems. I drive a Subaru. Getting to 24 miles an hour is not fast. Like it takes a good second, like I'm not in a Beamer, like I'm not in a Tesla. I'm also not in a Lexus, but I don't think these big Lexus SUV vans are built for speed. They're built for holding multiple children go to private school or something. I don't know. But it's but like I don't think like they don't it takes a while. Like and not like a while. It's not gonna take like a full minute, but it takes a good chunk of time. So getting to the 24-mile speed in reverse while Brennan has called her drunk many a time and angry, two very not good things. She was also tired. She wanted to go home. She did not want to go to 34 Fairview. She wanted to go get something to eat and go to bed. She wanted to go home. And so that you need not just skill, but like consciousness, full visibility. She didn't touch the curb. Was her tire scuffed from hitting a curb? I don't know. There were no tire marks on the grass. It was just a solid, perfect straight line back. I don't know. And then she's still mad. She hit him, still pissed. Goes back to his house and she's ripping him a new one, right? Where's now?
1231.56, 1232.04 to 1232.12 is the data, which is adjusted when you reconcile the box with the Lexus. 1232.09 is when Mr. O'Keefe closes his phone after looking at Jen and Page text. 1232.16 is his last steps. Because the disorder says that red range should move a little bit, 2 or 3 seconds, they can move it 4 seconds, 5 seconds, it doesn't matter. It's all in the same window. It doesn't change. We could have slide 10, please. Can you play that, please? Thank you. Each one of those pegs represents 10 feet. You can't place
Okay.
that car where it was in front of Fairview. You just can't. But David doesn't tell you that. But that tells you the movements of that car. Now, as John O'Keefe sadly lays on the ground, abandoned, you're going to have to ask yourself a question for charge number 3, leaving scene, knowing somebody was injured and then died. You're going to have to ask yourself, is there evidence that Ms. Reed knew that she had hit him? Don't need to prove it for murder 2. Don't need to prove it for OUI manslaughter. But for the 3rd charge, Commonwealth has to prove beyond reasonable doubt she knew she hit him. We weren't there, but there was an eyewitness. There was a guide.
Commonwealth has to prove every charge beyond a reasonable doubt. Like, that's the Commonwealth has to prove all of the charges with that same level. You got to prove all of it, not just this. Like you have to do all of that. That is all you, honey boo.
And that eyewitness tells us that she knew. And that eyewitness is Karen Reed herself. She tells you that she knew. We have slide 8, please.
Could I have hit him? Did I hit him? I don't know what that could have been. It was howling wind. I had YouTube acting on the stereo. And I thought, did he somehow try to flag me down, which was the reaction I was hoping to garner as I slowly pulled away from the house? Did he come up and maybe trip or bend over to pick up the cell phone and I bent over his foot and then he passed out drunk? I mean, I didn't think I hit him, but could I have clipped him?
Those are all questions. Should she have done that interview? Absolutely not.
When she left Fairview and left John behind, she didn't think he was mortally wounded. She knew she hit him. She knew she'd hit him. And so when she made her way back home, not only did she leave debris field all over the front lawn, but she took evidence with her too. Hair, DNA on the taillight, and she drove back to John's house. And she started calling on the way back, 12:33, just a minute and a half later. And then her messages show her anger. You see, this was John's fault. This was John's fault. And her phone calls tell you about the tone and the destruction of that relationship.
Tell me about the
53 phone calls that night. 53 phone calls. Not one to 911. Not one to Jen McCabe, please go outside and try to help. Not one to a hospital. Not one to anybody but him. 53 calls. Slide 12, please.
It's not illegal to be crazy.
Can you play voice no one, please? The calls keep coming. Cell phone temperature, 72 degrees. He's been outside now, not moving, on that cold, hard ground with his cell phone under him. The warmth of his body, the cold ground, 72 degrees. It tells you the story.
The warmth of his body.
As this
That
temperature
does.
plummets and that cell phone
you know.
battery is compromised. So is John O'Keefe. And him and his cell phone alone on that yard. 66 degrees at 12:45. It is plummeting. Ian Whiffen's taking a phone and putting it in a freezer, not a same analogy. The idea that means that John O'Keefe was in the house, absurd. 66 turns to 61 is 12:53. 48 unanswered calls from the defendant. He's not in at a party. He's not wrestling with Brian Higgins. He's not in a fight. If he's in a fight, his cell phone would be moving. There'd be healthcare data. There'd be steps. If he got into the house in 20 seconds and his cell phone is found under his body the next day, and how would he get back outside? There would be more steps because his phone is working. The data is the data. There's nothing wrong with it. It's registering everything. The temperature, the movement. He doesn't go in any house. He can't go in any house. His phone never moves again.
He doesn't need to have gone in the house
Voice no
for
one, please.
your theory to
Listen
not
to this.
work.
John, I'm dealing with a fucking kid. Nobody knows what the fuck you want, you fucking pervert.
Did you hear that? Nobody knows where you are. It is 12:59. John O'Keefe has been on that lawn for about 27 minutes. She hasn't called anybody else, hasn't spoken, has no information. Nobody's called her. You'll see her phone records. And she says, nobody knows where you are.
You never spoken in hyperbole,
She
Brennan?
knows. She knows. Nobody does know where he is. Except her. Except her. Why is she asking nobody knows who you are? She is starting to get panicked because she knows she hit him. Not suggesting she meant to kill him or for him to die, but she knows she hit him and now he's not responding and she's getting nervous and she's getting anxious and she's leaving call after call after call. He's not answering. He's not calling back. He's not even picking up the phone. And we know what's happening at this point. Panic, drunken denial, it's setting in. And so then we see the healthcare data from Miss Reed's phone. She doesn't move after a little after 1 o'clock. She could be sitting, she could have fallen asleep, but she doesn't move for a while. But she wakes up. She wakes up early.
I think connecting someone's phone to that person is fine. But to think that a phone is always forever 100% on a person is it's hard. It's a hard sell for me. Like I use my phone for literally everything, but I also sometimes forget it when I run to the store. So my healthcare data on my phone would not know that I went to the store. It would look like I'm just hanging out, toss it on my bed. Maybe it, scurries its way under the blankets and I'm like, oh, I got to go do a couple of things. I don't know where my phone is. I don't have time. I got to go. Right? Yeah, I don't know.
Early the next morning. Take that down, please. And when she wakes up, she doesn't call Jen McCabe and say, where's John? She doesn't call Brian Higgins. Has his number, has been texting with him. Hey, was John at a party with you? Did you see John tonight? She knows exactly where she is, and she's frantic. So she wakes up Kaylee, that young girl at the time, and she says, she's panicked, she can't understand where she's saying, call Jen McCabe, call Jen McCabe. Why is she calling Jen McCabe? She calls Jen McCabe. You know what she doesn't say when she calls Jen McCabe? When did he leave the house? What happened last night? No. She calls and says, I left him at the waterfall. I left him at the waterfall. See, now it's gone from panicked to self-preservation. I left him at the waterfall. And Jen says, left him at the waterfall? He saw you in front of the house. Click. Hangs up. Hangs up. So then she calls someone that she doesn't know very well. She calls Carrie Roberts. But now she has to pivot because someone has seen her in the exact spot that John will be found soon. Whether she's the first one there or somebody else, John will be found. Maybe Lucky missed him. It's a snowstorm. You can't see, but someone's going to find him at some point. So she calls Carrie Roberts. It's no longer she left him at the waterfall. She pivots. And she calls, Carrie. John's dead. I think he got hit by a plow. Why do you think she chose those words? Why did she choose those words? Because she knew that there was a collision with a large motor vehicle and she had to substitute her 6,000-pound Lexus for another big vehicle. I think he got hit by a plow. And so now we have the introduction of Jen McCabe and Carrie Roberts. Phone calls that they probably never, ever wanted. A worse nightmare to get a call like that for what's going to happen, what they're going to see, what they'll never be able to get. But because the defendant is John O'Keefe's girlfriend, they wake up in the middle of the night in a blizzard out of their kindness, their loyalty, their devotion to John O'Keefe. And when she calls them and tells them that she wants them to come out, this soccer mom with a perfectly normal life gets drawn into this whole farce. And she answers that call. She gets out of bed. The spirit and kindness she displays to put herself in that position because someone asked for help, because that's what good people do. Carrie Roberts didn't know Jen McCabe. They both knew John. They met each other once years before. Carrie Roberts separately at that time answers the call, gets out of bed, drives to go help because they have a common denominator, a common bond. John
Right.
O'Keefe. And so you hear and see at 5:07, the defendant leaves Meadows. She leaves. And Kaylee is behind waiting. And you see her back up, and Judd Welch has showed you all of those demonstrations where you could see the unsettled snow in the back, and after the bump, you can see the piece is missing. No taillight. There's no taillight.
And his dog. Well, did Brian Albert? No, Brian Albert tossed his phone. Brian Higgins gave him screenshots. Brian Albert also tossed his dog And just the science doesn't add up. I think it's an understandable theory, but I think that's all it can be, is a theory, because there is nothing else backing it up other than, see, if I say all these things, it makes sense. If I leave out certain things, it makes sense. But the defense is saying, hey, don't leave out all those things. Then it won't.
Tail light on the ground, all the white snow. There's no crack, there's no break. It's a nudge. It's a nudge. But the tail light has already been broken, because when you look at the video, not one little piece, it's still framed, little angle with the light, the brakes. You take a look, you'll be able to slow it down. You'll see the exact same piece is missing, because it's back at Fairview. That's why it's missing. It's not there. It's back at Fairview. And then she leaves at 5:07. She gets to Jen McCabe's about 5:35. 28 minutes. It's about a 10-minute ride. Where did she go in 28 minutes? Where did she go? We don't know. We don't have data for that. But we know when she gets to Jen McCabe's house, she is panicked, frantic, out of her mind, screaming, waking everybody up. Jen McCabe comes down.
Why don't you have the data for that? Because you had her phone. You took her phone. You took Karen Reed's phone. Why don't you have the data for it? You took Karen Reed's phone. You took Karen Reed's phone. You took her phone. And her car.
Can't understand her.
Give me a car.
Going up to the car to try to console her. Why is she so frantic? Why can't she speak? Why can't she say a word? Because John went out and had a drink and fell asleep on a couch? Because John would maybe be cheating on her? What is causing this extraordinary duress? Did she stop somewhere on the way by? Did she just see death?
Did she just see death?
Terry Roberts comes, take charge kind of person. She pulls him behind. She sees the broken taillight in Jen McCabe's driveway, and she decides she's going to commandeer this. We're going to the back to Meadows. You're going to follow me. Leave the car. I'll drive. At this point, Jen and Carrie don't know each other. They only met once. And they go back to Meadows. They obviously don't find John because he's back at 34 Fairview. And then they start their way towards 34 Fairview. They start driving towards 34 Fairview, and they're looking. And you heard from Carrie Roberts, Jen McCabe, they're looking out the window. They can't see anything. The snow, the blizzard, the weather, the darkness, they can't see anything. And they're driving, and they decide they're going back to 34 Fairview. And this is remarkable. This is remarkable. When they start their way past towards 34 Fairview, they get close. And when they get close, they can see nothing. But the defendant screams, "Stop, let me out." And they look around and they say, "What? Let me out, let me out." She does not see John O'Keefe. She knows where he is. She knows exactly where he is. She knows where to find him. She knows where to expect to find him because she knows where she left him. She tells us. Slide 13, please.
Driving in Jen's in the passenger seat. And I described this to everyone, so you probably know this before, but John looked like a buffalo on the prairie. It was just a lawn in a heat that it wasn't a bush or a hydrant or a dog. It was a weird shaped lump at that time in those elements. And I was looking to find him on the side of the road. I was expecting I'd find him.
A weird shaped lump in a blizzard, and you equate that to John O'Keefe. A weird shaped lump, not like a bush, and that is John O'Keefe. She tells us she knows where she left John O'Keefe. And so they go over to Mr. O'Keefe, Kerry, and Karen.
Blizz was
She's
blizzing.
upset, there's no doubt. I am not for a second trying to deprive her of the unrest and the trauma that is happening at this scene. Doesn't change what happened before, but I appreciate the trauma. And they're trying to help him. And guess what happens when they first move him around 603, 604? Ian Whiffen, data. The cell phone battery gets the cool air, presses on the battery, the cell phone battery drops. Healthcare data, he has not moved since that 22nd, hasn't moved. They start shaking him. You're going to see, when you look at the records, that healthcare data starts to move. He's been there all night. All night. Nobody else.
It's not healthcare data.
And so when they try to help him, she says something that is remarkable. She says, there's a piece of glass stuck in his nose. And she plucks it out. And she says when she plucks it out, blood spurts out. We'll talk about that in a couple minutes. Remember that. Piece of glass,
Talk about it now.
pulls it out, blood spurts out. That's what she says. As they try to help John, Jen is calling 911. They would like you to believe there's a conspiracy. that the glass that's found in Mr. O'Keefe's body is somehow from inside the Albert House. The glass, well, you will hear in the clips, if we don't play it, you'll have all the clips with you. She talks about the fact that he took her glass. He took the glass. She says it. So the Albert House, they don't need to get the glass. He already has the glass with the straw that's later found on the street, by the way. That's what happens on an impact, things move. The glass comes with him, lands in his body. Debris field moves past him. Shoe, hat, straw. Gemma K makes a call to her sister, and they say because it registers 29 seconds, a cell record is not the same as a call detail record. There's no evidence it was a conversation. No lights go on. There's no conspiracy. You can call somebody. It can ring. It can go to voicemail. They have no evidence, none, that there's a conversation between Jen McCabe, the person who was ripped out of her sleep to come help, and her sister for some grand conspiracy. And so what happens next is traumatic. Kerry Roberts and Jen McCabe see their best friend prone, lifeless, frozen, on the ground. And they're living this torment because somebody brought them into this. When they're trying to help John, there is not one suggestion from anybody that John ever went into that house. There's no reason to go into that house because John was never in the house. Not one time does anybody say, what time did he leave? I thought he went in there. Not even a whisper of it because it never, ever happened. When they find their friend John, he's not 20 feet off the side of the road like Mr. Rentler or Mr. Wolf thinks. He's right there by the side of the road, close by the curb. Could we have slide 14, please? You can see there's Kerry Roberts' vehicle, and then on the left, you can see where they're working. Right off the road, that's not 20 feet. That is a clip, a stubble, and a fall. Remember when John fell, there wasn't snow. It was just the beginning of the dusting. It was the cold, hard ground. Remember what Dr. Isaac Wolf told us about cold, hard ground? Causes this type of injury all the time. All the time.
Remember
we could go
Jen's
to slide
hair.
16, please. Remember the glass in the nose? The glass in the nose. See on the bottom left, that's where the Canton Police Department found the glass. That he took from the car, from the waterfall. And then Exhibit 195, matching glass. On February 3rd, the matching piece of glass was found on the street. The matching piece of glass, the glass that was found with Mr. O'Keefe, was found on the street. He didn't fall back 8-10 feet from the road. It broke, and then it shattered and went to the street. I would suggest to you it broke at the time of the collision, and he carried the glass with him, leaving the evidence behind, a trail to memorialize what happened to him that night. Remember the straw I asked you to take a look at that picture, leaving the waterfall at 12:12, the black straw in the drink?
Too bad no investigators memorialized that
Collision.
investigation.
Glass, nose, straw, back, hits his head. You play the clip on the left, please.
Brennan's like, trust me, bro.
So when John got out of the car at Brian Albert's house, he took my full vodka soda, which is sitting in the cup holder.
That was weird.
169, please.
So John's laying there, his left and his right, and I approached John from the left. That's where the street is. And he had a piece of glass, like perched on his nose, like just wedged like a splinter would be. And it just pulled it. And as soon as I pulled it, it just gushed blood down his face.
Thank you. 911's called by Jen McCabe. She's not hiding from anybody. She's trying to help. She's bringing attention to the situation. And when 911 comes, we have first responders. These people are heroes. Some of them, you heard from some of them, they were born to help people. That's what their life is about. The detail on all their mechanics, getting to work 2 hours early in the middle of the blizzard so that you're there on time so you can help people. These are the
good
core of our
people.
community.
Why would they do anything bad?
This is what he does. He rushes to go help. He's the first person on his knees. He doesn't know this person from anybody. But to him, it's another human being. This is his passion. Katie McLaughlin, first responder. This is not just a profession, it's her life. Yes, she knows Caitlin Albert. You think she went there that night at a party and set up a murder and came back? And so they tell you what happens at the scene. Some things, hard to remember, some things people will never forget. When you're in a traumatic incident, sometimes it's something you'll never, ever forget. And Timothy not only remembers speaking to the defendant. I hit him. Remember, he's on his knees. What happened? I hit him. I hit him. She is now coming to terms with the moment. Her fear is realized. She hit him. She clipped him. She didn't think he was mortally wounded. She panicked. She can't come to terms with it, so she has to bring people with her to face it. And now she's facing the reality of what she had done. And her emotion is overwhelming. I hit him. I hit him. She speaks to Miss McLaughlin. I hit him. Not did I hit him? Could I hit him? Perhaps I hit him. That was earlier. Now she's recognizing what she did. I hit him. and these people are making it up. Anybody that says anything adverse or inconsistent or inconvenient is a liar or a perjurer or an
Easy there, Brennan. Easy. Because your expert witness deliberately lied on their very own cover letters. They wrote down things that were not true, knowing they were not true. Your expert, not a civilian, expert. And your civilian witnesses all work together to make timelines. So easy there, Brennan.
conspiracy? Or is it that these good people who went there for a total stranger to do their duty to help happen to remember that she admitted what she had done? I know that doesn't reconcile with the boogeyman Proctor and the bad government. I know it doesn't reconcile with no DNA on this piece of that piece. I know it doesn't reconcile with everybody setting up the girl. I know that doesn't reconcile. But the reality is you have independent core people who hear her say, I hit him. I hit him. And the attempt is to betray everybody. It's a liar. But you don't have to rely just on these good people, although you should. You should. You don't have to, because we have a guide, and it's Karen Reed. Slide 17.
So what I said was, did I, I always said I hit him, but did I really say this many times as law enforcement's cleaning? I said it.
Thank you. I know it doesn't fit the theme, the theory, the story, but she tells you herself. She endorses those good people exactly what they had heard. She tells you herself. She hit him. It's undeniable. It's unmistakable. It's inconvenient. But the truth has a way of seeping up to the daylight. It can be oppressed and suppressed and pushed down and covered and twisted, but it rises. It rises. And it is not a coincidence. There's no coincidence that Mr. Nuttall and Ms. McLaughlin hear exactly that. She tells you.
And tell no one.
And Jen McCabe, when she's sitting next to or standing next to Ms. McLaughlin, she tells you that she saw or heard the same thing. Remember what happened to her on the stand when she had the audacity to say, I heard her say it? What happened to her? This woman who never even wanted to leave her home that day, pulled out into a storm to see her best friend dead. What happened when she had the audacity to say that? And now we know that the defendant herself said the same thing.
The reality
And the
is
funny
evidence
thing, ironic thing is,
evidence in.
You will see in a photo when Ms. McLaughlin, firefighter, was speaking to the defendant, Ms. McCabe was next to her. Ms. McCabe was trying to protect her, trying to shut her up. Don't talk, you're upset, stop saying crazy things. The villain of the story was trying to help the defendant from incriminating herself. The irony.
The villain is Proctor.
We have slide 9, please.
And just like all of the things that Proctor did. And other folks.
If it wasn't so tragic, it is interesting. It is interesting if you like data. The 29, 12, 13. They'll be in the waterfall, 82 degrees, 12:22. In the car, 77 degrees, 12:37. About 3.5 minutes after the defendant
Back to
aligned
battery
with John
temperature.
O'Keefe, it started to go down to 72, 12:45, 66, 12:53, 61, and you see it drop and steady off at 12 or 1:36. Remember, cell phone battery under him. John O'Keefe either struggling for life or he's passed, and the blood's still warm either way under him. Doesn't move again until 6:06. It drops down 7 degrees because the women are pulling on him. The cold air is hitting the battery. What happens at 6:15? You're going to see the video. You've seen it. Still photos. Carrie Roberts goes over, picks up the phone. Not only does she pick up the phone, she puts it in her pocket, and then 20 minutes later, the next meeting, the temperature rises. That's not convenient. That's not a coincidence. That's fact. That's data. And then the phone is passed, put in a warm environment, and it raises up. 6:15. How can someone conspire to pick up a phone on the side of the yard that's under Mr. O'Keefe's body at 6:15 and know the battery temperature was then going to rise? Not only did the battery temperature rise, when you look at the healthcare data, at 6:15 when she picks up the phone, you know what happens to the healthcare data, right? It starts to move. It's data. It's data. So while they're going through this duress, the defendant asked Jen McCabe for yet another favor. Look up hypothermia. Find out how long it takes for someone to die in a cold. And there's Miss McCabe in her winter jacket, soccer mom, trying to help.
Whoa,
She has MS,
whoa.
her hands not working. And there's Jen McCabe for yet another favor. Look up hypothermia. Find out how long it takes for someone to die in a cold and ask Jen McCabe. So while they're going through this duress, the defendant asked Jen McCabe for yet another favor. Look up hypothermia. Find out how long it takes for someone to die in a cold. And there's Miss McCabe.
We do not Okay, she didn't. Okay, we don't have. Okay, we don't have a recording or anything. So how look up Google hypothermia is what Jen McCabe said, right? Google hypothermia is what she was yelling. So I'm expanding on that as a little much. Men lie, women like the data don't.
In her winter jacket, soccer mom trying to help. She has MS. Her
Make
hands
sure you
aren't
look
working.
at
She's trying
all
to
the
type in
data.
what's happening during that time.
No
It's a
cherry
frantic
picking.
scene. She tells you that the defendant then wants to run back to the ambulance, so she goes with her, never finishes or completes the input. And then she tries it again at 6:23, at 6:24. That's what this woman did that night, that morning. Not only for her friend, for her. For her. That's what she did. And what happens to her after? Because the timestamp, when you open the timestamp, it's at the time it's open, and she's in bed at 2:27 looking up Hockomock Sports because she is so interested in the kids' sports, and that timestamp stays open. And she goes to that tab the next morning when she puts in how long to die in cold. And that's being portrayed that she's in a conspiracy. She gets vilified as a murderer, a soccer mom who came to help. It took Ian Whiffen 5 minutes to show you a live demonstration on how simple that works. That she's not deleting anything. Jessica Hyde told you it's automatic deletions over time. You usually can't delete that information. That's not a click and swipe like the good Dr. Wolfram Harker knows how to do. This can't be erased. But they still hold on to this. As they argue to you and all the injustices that have been done, they tell you, they want you to believe, or take a flyer on the fact that she looked up how long to die in the cold at 2:27. It is an absolute contrary to the science. There's no basis to support it, but they stand here in front of you. Why? Because every time they say something like that, you look the other way. Don't look at her. Look the other way. 2:27, look the other way. Don't look at what she did. Former Trooper Proctor, look the other way. Don't look at her. Every time they make those, oh, she got the glass from inside the Alberts, maybe in the basement. Look the other way.
Hold, please.
That please.
Voicemail number 8.
Yes, I need someone to look at you. 34 beautiful Vietnam with a anti-code snow. Yeah. Okay, I know. Where's the blanket? I don't see blanket, Terry. Yes, I need something.
This is as loud as it can go. I have it directly in my ear.
I won't go either. It could be off. Carrie,
I didn't hear anything at all of that. But also, that's not when she said it happened, to be fair. Also, I'm not, you know me, no strays. That's also not when Jen said it happened. Jen said that all of that happened in a police car. So the cops had already been there. This is a this so I don't know. I don't know. I didn't hear it. I don't know if the jury's going to be able to hear it. Let's get back to finishing up DS, because the jury will have a singular laptop with it on there.
The other way. Going the other way. Look at the facts. Look at the data, and it all leads to one person. There's no grand conspiracy. It leads to one person, the defendant. And it's not just the data and facts. It's her herself. Let's talk about Mr. Proctor. You were invoked with this emotion early in the opening that this is a cancer. That's a tough word. Try to evoke that primal reaction of disgust. I'm not saying you shouldn't be disgusted by the text messages. You should. You should. They're not defensible. I don't stand here and defend impropriety. I don't. But that doesn't change the physical evidence, the scientific evidence, and the data. He was terminated. He paid a penalty. He was held responsible for what he did. He should have been. He should have been. But that doesn't get a free pass. That doesn't change the facts. It doesn't change the physical evidence. It doesn't change the science. It's unfortunate. It's distasteful. It's dishonorable.
It's unfortunate.
Remember, Trooper McKennick was asked, was the investigation
It's
honor and integrity? He
unfortunate.
said it was. Was Trooper Proctor's effort honor and integrity? He said it was integrity. But he never said honor. That's a man of honor. Military service, dedicated to his country, highest level of clearances to the President of the United States, now a state trooper. He would not say that Trooper Proctor was honorable. Because he wasn't. He wasn't. But that does not change. It doesn't create a conspiracy. Doesn't invent a dog. It doesn't make somebody in a house something they're not. It just doesn't. When you read those text messages, they're hard to look at. It's unfair. It's unfair. And if there's a penalty more than being fired, well, maybe that penalty would be deserved. But it has nothing to do with the justice in this case. It just doesn't. There's not one piece of evidence, not one, that we can look at and say, this was tampered with. This was planted. This was distorted. Remember when we introduced the taillights at the beginning? I didn't introduce three of the taillights, but then the defense did, so I put them in. Those were taillights that were only found by Trooper Proctor. I did not put that evidence in. Understanding those text messages and appreciating the disdain one might have for his comments. Not that there was any evidence of tampering, not that there was any evidence that it was not true, but I didn't put that evidence before you because we didn't need Trooper Proctor in this case. We don't need Trooper Proctor to prove this case beyond a reasonable doubt. That's why I didn't introduce that evidence to you. Now, there's been a lot of talk about planting of taillight. We know the taillight wasn't planted because Trooper Buchanan,
Bit of an
Proctor,
unprecedented
knocked
risk
down.
to take not calling Trooper Proctor, which is, it was a risk. It was a risk, for sure. Is the jury going to hold a little bit of a grudge? Like, you didn't even give us, like, the case manager, lead investigator, whatever. You didn't even let him talk to us. So, like, are they going to say, are you hiding something? Is there something you didn't want him to tell us? Is there something you didn't want him to let out during cross-examination?
To Dighton,
I don't know if the jury is going to go, well, why didn't the defense call him? Because they could have. The defense could have called him, but they chose not to, too. So, but I don't know if the jury is going to hold the defense to the same standard as the Commonwealth.
Until later in the afternoon.
We'll see.
We know from the 507 video, we've seen that. We know the taillight was already missing when she's leaving the driveway. When the good Canton police detectives went to do a wellness check to care for those young children, and they went to the house inadvertently, they didn't even know it. The dash cam captured the back of the car. The taillight packed with snow is missing. It's already gone. It can't be planted. At this point, Trooper Proctor's still in his pajamas. He's not even on the case. He's not even on the scene. He's been near the car. And then the indictment videos themselves, when you close it, you can take it at an angle and it moves, but if you get the right angle, you can see it's missing. It's gone. Can we have slide 18, please? 507. You can play any angle you want. If you look at this angle, it's gone. There should be no plant. It's already gone. You know where it is? 34 Fairview Road, on the refill. January 29th, 2022, 823. Look at the right-hand side. Look at the left-hand side. It's packed of snow. It's gone. It's gone. And the same thing when you do the videos, it's a different angle, a little smaller. If you play that and watch the lenses go up and down and slow it down, you'll see it expands. It's gone. So when you have Indicting Officer Barrows come in here and try to tell you what he saw in the salad bar, couldn't have been it. You got to ask yourself, what interest does he have coming in here in this case? A lot of attention on this case. A lot of people watching.
No.
Comes
You're
in after, of course, driving all the way out to the defense attorney's hotel to meet in a conference room so he can get a subpoena.
That's interesting. And the judge will, we haven't gotten to, we're not going to watch the charging of the jury, but the judge will make it clear that it can't be held against Karen Reed for not testifying. So I think that they could think that, but they will be and have real time versus our time been told that you cannot hold not testifying against the defendant. So that should cure that. She talks to everyone else. Why not us, the jury? Because I think the majority of people recognize that defendants usually don't testify because it's not always the best decision to, because just because she would get on the stand and say, hey, I didn't do it, there's still cross-examination. And we've seen crosses go in many different ways. Ways that we didn't expect for some and ways that we did expect for some. So, it cannot be, she cannot be punished by the jury for not testifying.
He spends 2 hours driving up and back so that he can conveniently get a subpoena that tells him to appear, which he could have got by fax or in the mail. And so when he comes in, what he says is, that's absolutely not what I saw. Absolutely
a risk
not.
that you are willing to take.
And then
absolutely.
He claims that the last time
But
he
I've
testified, he had made the same statement.
The majority of cases that I've seen where witnesses or where defendants take the stand does not end in the best way possible for the defendant. An attorney, a practiced attorney, will 99 times out of 100 recommend to their client to not testify. There are some cases where it is definitely helpful, it is definitely useful, and it won't hurt you or the case, but it is usually normally in your best interest as a defendant to not take the stand. So
when I showed him his transcript, and did you see the redness creep over his face? He never said
innocent until proven guilty. See, we do not want to bastardize the judicial system, and that's where things can get tough. We want people to look at this and say they are innocent until proven guilty, and the proven guilty does not happen until the verdict is read. So
never said this before. In fact, he testified to the opposite. And so he sits on the stand.
It's tough to take the
meeting. We don't know why, but then I showed him that
colloquial out of the judicial
when
we are watching these sort of things play out.
He had to agree. This taillight was gone. There's no boogeyman. There's no plant. There's no Higgins at the salad board. There's no one tearing out pieces. In fact, remember I played you a clip and you'll have it where the defendant says, I was picking up pieces. It was crashed in. The bulb was showing when I was showing Kerry and Jen when they went back to Meadows. If you don't remember, listen to that clip. You'll hear it. Unfortunately, there's no ring video when they go back to Meadows. There's a ring video when she leaves. There's no ring video when she
already got spoiled on the deliberation.
And so now when we're trying to look the other way, we want to find a dog bite. So enter Dr. Russell. Dr. Russell, according to her, Nice woman, nice doctor, very accomplished. I respect that. She's the only dog expert in the world. Thing is, we know no idea what that expertise means. She volunteers for the job. She wants to be here. She's on her profile, but she can't explain methodology. What are you looking for in a dog bite? She can't tell us. It starts a year ago that it's claws, it's teeth, and then it's claws, then it's teeth, and then it's I don't know. And then when you look at each of the different parts of the abrasions, she says, well, I can't tell if I look at each one of them, but all together it's a dog bite. It's a dog attack. That is the masterful expertise that the defense has bragged about bringing in. Dr. Russell telling you.
Well done,
She says
Vicky.
this is a dog bite. She has never been in a forensic situation where she's looked at a wound and identified it as a dog bite before. This is the first time, the only time she's ever done it. And what she says is these are not punctures. Punctures means it goes into the skin, a wound. There's no punctures. And she's sure because she's an expert, so you should rely on her because she's coming in saying she's an expert and she's being presented. Yet, after saying there's no punctures, Dr. Laposada comes in and she sees punctures everywhere. It's an animal attack. It's a dog. How is it? No method, no methodology, no history of this, no prior testimony that we know of other than arbitrarily what she says. And she says the exact opposite of Dr. Russell. Why is that? How does that happen? So obviously, there is no science to looking at an abrasion and saying where it came from. They give us no detail. They give us nothing that we should rely on. They contradict each other. It's just takes you to look the other way. And so we have now the issue of the defense has said over and over again, there's no collision. There's no collision. There's no collision. And they had a number of witnesses come in to try to say that. And they point to Dr. Scotty Bello, who works at the medical examiner's office. She tells you that she doesn't see injuries consistent with a collision. She's looking at this case for 90 days. 90 days. The evidence in this case did not stop. It continued for 2 years. She knows nothing about the data, nothing about the black box, nothing about the interviews of Miss B. She doesn't know about the DNA. She doesn't know about the shards in the arm or in the clothes. Strike that in the clothes. She knows nothing about that. So in 90 days, she didn't see any lower body injuries. She didn't see any lower extremity injuries, which are very common in car collisions. But that doesn't mean it didn't happen because she, in 90 days, saw a fraction of the information, a fraction. And we know now, argument back and forth for days about lower body injuries. The suggestion is a car accident can affect everybody differently, depending on the angle, the scope, the speed. Some people can get plowed over by a car and have no injuries. Some people can get touched lightly and have more injuries. And there was the debate about no lower body injuries. Well, ARCA dispelled that in their dummy test that you can have a collision with no lower body injuries. They did that for us. Thank you. And so the idea that at the time in 90 days that she doesn't have enough information to stay consistent with a car accident doesn't mean there's no car accident. Let me talk a little bit about ARCA. I don't want to waste too much time with them.
He lost his spot.
Who's supposed to come to you? They're not
I'm muted. There's like yelling
arbiter of
going
truth.
on.
Their opinions weigh no more than yours. Or
No
common sense
space right near me.
has more
so-
value than an expert's opinion. Their job is to assist you, to explain what their expertise is so that it's a tool for you so that you can make a decision. That's objectivity. We heard words like confirmation bias, objectivity. Mr. Wolf got on the stand. And before we even started, you have to ask yourself, what expert has a court order for text messages and then deletes the text messages? What expert, what objective expert uses signal, an encrypted app to communicate about the case?
Bro,
Never
your
used it
whole
before, hasn't made
government.
sense. And so when he did his tests, he used a lower weight arm. Wasn't trying to bash him, wasn't trying to insult him, tried to get him just to recognize that a 9.38 pound arm is less weight than John O'Keefe's metric, which would be 11.8. That's all. And because the lighter arm, it takes more speed to create the same damage. I don't know science, I don't know math very well, but that's basic. It's basic. And he fought me over and over again. Did he seem objective that he was trying to help you? Because Dr. Rensselaer came in the next day and said, well, you have to adjust for that. That's all I asked him for an hour about adjusting, just like Judge Welcher adjusted. So you adjust it. And he tried to talk to me like I was making something up. His own colleague had to admit it. Now, it's funny, he admitted it before he got through his credentials. No sequestration order violations. Nobody was coaching him, but he knew enough to come in at the beginning and get right on that point. And speaking of sequestration, remember Dr. Russell on her limo ride over? If Brendan asks you a question, make sure you ask for a transcript. Impede the progress. Slow down the questioning. Interfere. Sequestration orders is so there's fundamental fairness for all witnesses, not just some. And so what happens to Dr. Rensselaer, we don't know, but we do know he comes in here and he tells you that he was not getting information that was helping him the last time he testified. He insisted. I asked him 5 times, was he getting information that would help him in his testimony? Not from the defense, from his former employer. And he said, no, no, no. And at the end of the examination, he reads his transcript and it's yes, yes, yes. And he tells us that he's independent and objective. I asked him about a luncheon, not a big deal, just asking him about it. And he says, I have a sandwich and I stand in the corner until I remind him that we got video footage from a documentarian and he's in one of the scenes. and then things change. So when you talk about objectivity and who to trust, they can come in and say, Judd Welcher said this and that. It doesn't make it so. Judd Welcher, Dr. Welcher, never in any report, in any presentation, in any testimony to you, ever suggested this is how it happened. This was how his arm was. This is how his feet was. He was trying to show whether or not the orientation. Could this happen with the angle, with the height? That's all that test was. It was no more. But what they do is they reposture it, repackage it, and say it means this when it doesn't, and we're going to show you why it's not that, therefore we win. That's all that is. It's semantics. Judd Welcher, Dr. Welcher, never suggested that. And his work on text stream data, unassailable. And so what we have, inevitably, is we have a timeline that never moves, data that never changes, physical evidence that can't be put in that spot without a collision. We have, inevitably, proof, without any doubt, that on January 29, 2022, Ms. Reed was with Mr. O'Keefe, and she got drunk. She drank. She was 2 to 3 times over the legal limit. And they went to a party, an after party, and they were fighting. It was a relationship in decline, and he got out of the car, and he had a brief window of life left. And when he got out, and she drove away, she couldn't let it go. She got drunk, she hit him, she left him to die. It's that simple. We don't know exactly how this collision happened, but we have a good idea from the physical evidence, and we know that it happened. Can someone have a collision without lower body injuries? Can I have slide 19, please? You bet they can. We don't know if this is the body position. We don't know if this is the exact speed, but what it tells us, this is viable. Look at the debris field. Look at his turn. Remember his sneaker on that curve that got lodged against the sneaker? Mr. O'Keefe then falls back, hits his head, counter coup, left to die. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, there is no doubt what happened that night. There is no doubt who did it.
Oh, he said thank you.
It's a very difficult task ahead of you when you consider the evidence and you consider the law. Very difficult. There are 3 charges. There is second-degree murder. Ms. Reed, when she chose to drive back at Mr. O'Keefe in that night with a 6,000-pound Lexus, in that anger, 75%, whether she meant to hit him or not, didn't mean to kill him, she hit him. Straight, it is a plain and strong likelihood of death. You would never get back down your driveway if your kids were at the end of the driveway. You'd say, well, you can kill somebody? You would never do it because you would expect, if you drove at them at that speed, that someone would die. That's second-degree murder. OUI manslaughter, she's drunk, she was reckless. She doesn't even know she hit him. She doesn't even have to know she hit him. But she did. She did. And she left a man who was kind and generous and thoughtful. She left him alone.
Yep.
She left him alone to die.
The emotion.
Could I have slide 22, please? He is not an it. John O'Keefe is not a body. John O'Keefe is
But
not.
Karen Reed
a
is the
buffalo on a
girl.
prairie. John O'Keefe was a person, and he was murdered by Karen Reed.
The dehumanizing and rehumanizing.
All right, jurors, the next up is my instructions to you on the law. I'm not going to do that right now. You've been sitting for a long time. So I do have to tell you, even though you've just heard the closing argument, you cannot discuss this case even with each other. All right, so we'll send you back for lunch. It's going to be a shorter lunch. My instructions are long.
Yeah, I'm sure people felt Brennan's closing arguments.
I'm going to send you back maybe about a half an hour. Is that enough time for you folks? All right, so we'll give you a half an hour for lunch and then we'll come back. I'll give you my instructions on the law and then the jurors will go out to deliberate. I know there are 18 of you. We seat only 12 deliberating.
Yeah,
So 6 of you
6
are going to be
are going to suffer.
just tell you that you know the odds, right? And I can tell you it's Mr. McDermott's least favorite part of his job is smoking. So we'll do that this afternoon. Do not discuss this case. See you tomorrow.
I know strays obviously disagree. So what we're gonna do now, I have like 5 minutes. And I think there's I haven't pulled it up before, but I'm going to today. For us so commentator, not a reporter, Sue O'Connell, has been in trial probably every day. And so this is today's. And so she just sort of live tweets court. And she just tweets out her observations. So I thought it'd be kind of cool to end the day after closing arguments as it is all settling. The jury said they are going to go home, rightfully so, because the weather out here is incredible. So this is Sue O'Connell, commentator, not a reporter at Sue NBC Boston, out here just sort of sharing her visuals, what she sees, what's going on day to day throughout the trial. I mean, this is obviously today, starting larger crowd outside this morning, most in pink. Massachusetts State Police Sergeant Yuri Buchanan is in the courthouse. Then and it's just I'm just gonna go straight down the thread. I don't know how to make this bigger. There we go. I do know how to make this bigger. Perfect. When Karen Reed when Karen Reed left court on Wednesday, the crowd greeted her with the ASL love. There has been no cheering since Tuesday. Inside the courtroom, majority of folks wearing dark colors, dressed more formally. Buchanan is standing outside the courtroom. I saw that. I was like, that's kind of interesting. Defense attorney Elizabeth Little has asked court officers if he will be standing there as the jury comes in and says they would prefer if he didn't. Obviously, definitely a more somber and stressful mood. Judge asks to speak with a court officer at the sidebar. Counsels return to their tables. Attorney Little brings judge a drive, like a hard drive. Recess as the jury is coming over. Both counsels are conferring at their tables. Both teams are watching videos on their laptops. A reasonable assumption is that one of the teams is planning on using videos in the close, and it is being reviewed. Special prosecutor Hank Brennan has visited with Mrs. O'Keefe and the family. Judge back on the bench, no jury yet. Judge calls a sidebar. They are all watching something on her screen. And this is when it starts to get a little interesting. From the sidebar, Karen smiles at her father. Now she is nodding affirmatively toward her father. Yannetti pats Karen's shoulder at the sidebar. Karen smiles again toward her dad. Judge is smiling while talking with Alessi and Jackson at sidebar. Yannetti is smiling. Karen smiles toward her dad again. I think they are still looking at the judge's laptop. Karen leaves the sidebar to chat with her tech person. I can see an image of an x-ray on his screen. Karen is alone at the defense table working on a laptop. Let's see. Jackson now talking to the judge. Karen conferring with tech person. Yannetti and Little are talking separately at the sidebar. They are smiling and laughing. I have never seen so many smiles at a sidebar. The Commonwealth is not smiling. Judge is looking at the clocks. She directs the court officers to move the podium to face the jurors, which is good. The defense and prosecution return to desks. Judge leaves bench. 5-minute recess. I just want to go through all these because it's interesting to get like a, when the little fan is rolling around, there's still things happening and stuff like that. The Reed team is jubilant. It's very interesting. O'Keefe family re-enters courtroom, jury being called over. So the jury is coming on in soon. Everything I know, we will soon see what this is about. I did not see Buchanan in the hall outside the courtroom. Yannetti just left the courtroom. Overheard an officer saying to him, "Come see for yourself," quote, ... Alessi is watching the door from his seat at the defense table. Whatever that was about, I would love more information on. Why did that do that? Judge apologizes. She knows she has started too many mornings apologizing. Many are smiling back at her. Judge tells them to put notebooks away, explains how important closings are, says the jurors and everyone has worked very hard. Jurors are paying close attention. I think a juror's phone rang, which is hilarious. All eyes on Jackson. Hold on. Is this really the whole picture? Okay. Sorry, that was probably really annoying. All eyes on Jackson. There are 7 court officers in the courtroom now. It's the first time I've seen all jurors looking up at the same time, not taking notes. They are very attentive. The jurors aren't dressed any differently today than other days. I gotta run. I'll finish later. I love you. Bye. Bye. I'm just gonna be like 2 more minutes. I'm just finishing this and taking off. Uh, Juror faces are stoic and attention while watching the video from the waterfall of Higgins sparring, air quotes. Even though the jurors have seen this video several times, they are all riveted. The jurors are very still, no fidgeting. They look up as slides are displayed on the screens that underscore Jackson's statements. From a communication standpoint, the defense must believe some on this jury are word focused professional. The visual portion of this closing represents that almost as if they anticipate a juror thinking, I should write this down. The slides with the words are a handwritten font on a notebook paper background. So that was what the jurors were seeing every time there was like a point of doubt. They were seeing it like written down, and then switching to a video or photo or whatever, and then back to the stack. I think I think this presentation with short phrases also recognizes the youth of this jury. They are used to communicating in words with short phrases. All jurors are awake, still, and attentive. I do not see any visible expressions, which would be a struggle for me because I cannot fix my face. When juror puts on his glasses as the phone temp chart is on the screen, the juror who I think draws is leaning and forward and turning to look at the chart. There are a few jurors who are paying heightened attention as Jackson says and details the police failures. The juror who is most expressive had a furrowed brow. Jackson's recitation of Proctor's text makes some jurors visibly, albeit slightly, uncomfortable. All eyes on Jackson. By the way, there are 2 jurors I can't see, the 2 in front of Jackson. I am behind Jackson. So funny. Some pensive faces as Jackson talks about the glass found on the bumper. The expressive juror is practically frowning during Jackson's statements about the Nagel car witnesses. Jurors are shifting a bit in their seats. One juror who has been very, very stoic has raised eyebrows during the Chloe portion. Jurors are attentive. It's an interesting experience. Oops. That was straight up my fault. It's an interesting experience for me to see the faces of the consistent note takers. The juror with 5 notebooks seems captivated by what Jackson is saying. I would also probably have at least 5 notebooks. Many jurors look at the prosecution table when Jackson points to them. The expressive juror looks angry. Jackson finished. Juror shift in seats, take sips of water. Brennan moves the podium. He is walking while delivering his closing. All jurors' eyes on Brennan. They are very attentive. Their heads turn to follow Brennan as he paces back and forth. Made me dizzy. I would get dizzy. I do not like that. Brennan displays a segment of the waterfall video, a celebratory mood, all eyes on screens. Brennan plays the documentary clips with Karen saying how much she drank. Jurors all watch. 5 notebook. Juror is captivated by Brennan too. Jurors all look at screens to see John's healthcare data map. I don't observe any facial expressions, all attentive, following Brennan or looking at screens. The 5 notebook juror is chewing on the arm of his glasses. Brennan is using the space between the defense and prosecution desk to underscore what healthcare data says. Brennan is standing in front of Karen. Jurors are paying very close attention to Brennan as he explains the charges. Several jurors are paying heightened attention to Brennan's example of throwing a boulder off of an overpass, which I was not a fan of. But I also don't have like good metaphors. So, this is new information to the jurors, these explanations, and they are paying close attention. 5 notebook juror put his glasses on to see the screen. Jurors all look at screens. Brennan shows a moving animation of the text stream data showing the car moving. Brennan plays the clip of Karen, calls it an eyewitness account. Jurors are paying close attention. The 5 notebook juror is biting a fingernail as they look at the graphic of the cell phone timeline. He probably needs a fidget spinner. They are all looking at the slide while listening to Karen's voicemails to John. Jurors are very attentive as Brennan is animated in his recitation of Karen's calls to McCabe and Roberts. Jurors not allowed to take notes during closing. Judge reminded them that closing arguments are not evidence. Jurors are paying the same amount of attention to Brennan's close as Jackson's. All eyes on Brennan after video clip of Karen saying she knew she would found him on the side of the road. Sorry. Brennan has walked to the O'Keefe section, stands right in front of Miss O'Keefe as he points to the still of the dash cam on the screen. There's so much. There's so many. The clips make more sense with context, evidence, and Brennan's argument. There are a couple of stifled yawns. They have been sitting for over 2 hours with no break. I too would be ready to get up and get my blood moving. Another clip of Karen saying she didn't say she hit him as many times as law enforcement said. Brennan makes very good use of the courtroom space. For some, I don't like it. Stand still. I could see the face of the juror I called a science juror during Jackson's closing, but I can now, so maybe she couldn't see the face. And she looks more attentive when Brennan says, if you like data. We can hear some yelling from outside. That's interesting. Some of the protesters, the Karenators, what are they called? Some jurors paying heightened attention to Brennan as he talks about Proctor and his text. Pensive faces as Brennan says why he didn't introduce the taillight Proctor found. The expressive juror has been stoic during Proctor's close so far. I think she means Brennan. Some fidgeting in the jury, still attentive during Brennan's argument about Russell. Jurors are still attentive during Brennan's argument around Dr. Wolf. Jurors see a picture of John O'Keefe as Brennan quotes how Karen described him. Brennan is done. Jurors go to lunch. No discussion of cases. 30 minutes to instructions. So that is what this human being was seeing, experiencing, feeling in the courtroom before and during the closing arguments of both the defense and the Commonwealth. So yeah, we're done. Yes, the judge did charge the jury with, which is all the jury instructions, how you deliberate, all the breaking down of the things there. It's a lot. I just don't have time today because of how we started and when we started. But maybe we can pop on Sunday and do some fun things. And then we can also do a couple more Karen Reed things, hopefully hoping for a verdict on Monday. Oh my God, I'd love a verdict on Monday afternoon. That'd be so stellar if it was like 4:00 and they're like, hey, verdict's in. I would love that for me and my schedule. But yeah, that's that. I don't know where each and every one of you that have popped in is standing. I know where some of you are standing. It is up to the jury now. It's up to the jury. But we got there. We did it. And let's all hope that we just do not have to do it again. Because I don't think a third time's the charm when it comes to the Karen Reed murder trial. Because what are we going to call videos? The Karen Reed Riri trial? Come on. We got to be done. All right, that's it. That's it for me. I will see you all probably Sunday. Let's do something on Sunday. What do you guys want to do on Sunday? Some body cams? Let's lighten the mood with some body cams. We've been stuck in Karen Reed every stream for a while. Let's lighten the mood with some people just having really bad moments in their life, and it's on body cam, and we can watch it. That's it. I'll see you guys later. Subscribe, follow, like, share. I don't know. What do we do at the end of a trial? We're on verdict watch. I will be glued to my phone with any alert that I will ever see about this during the weekday. And if I see that a verdict is in, I will do my very best to at least give you guys another space to watch it. If I'll be able to hop on camera, I will be. I will, but if I'm not, it'll at least exist here and I could like be in the chat or something. So yeah, that's it. We did it. We got through it. A bit of a roller coaster, bit of a ride. Thank you guys for joining me on that ride. And I'm excited to, I don't know, go hop in line for the next one. Is that what we do? We should probably go get like some Dippin' Dots first and then go in line to the next ride. This was a big one. All right, I will catch you guys on Sunday. Be good, stay safe, take care, have fun. Goodbye. I'm going to play my intro as my outro. I'll see you next time. I'm not going to loop it. Oh, that's crazy. Bye.